And it's launched. All right. And what we need to do is it's out successfully. So now what I need to do, Spreaker fam, Facebook fam, YouTube fam, is to open up the application that will allow me to chat with you beautiful people out there. Let me know, those that's out there. Let me know if you get the signal. I'm opening up the chat box now. Don't know how long it's going to last, because y'all know how that stuff go, right? We know how it all go down, right? Everything moves slow. So I'm picking my hair while I'm waiting for all this to come up. Family, in the last 2 days, I feel like I've been working the Uber. You know what I'm saying? But it's things we got to do if we want to build, right? Oftentimes, the most thing I do, a lot of times, is here doing these shows for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Actually, for us. I want to thank everybody that joined us yesterday. I think we had a marvelous conversation yesterday. And I would love to repeat that again. I'm still waiting for the chat to come up, so we really won't start too much. Well, actually, that gives me time to, first off, welcome, because we already did it for the Spreaker family, already got it. But family, I want to welcome you to the congregation of the mighty. This is Gye-Nyame Journey Media. Oh, Anime, you scared of the snow, baby? Try it again. I want to welcome you to the congregation of the mighty. This is Gye-Nyame Journey Media. Anime, from here. Damn. This is a Heart of a Simba production. And of course, this is the Daily Toast. Where we do nothing but strive to blow up your old paradigm. Come on, drink your water, but first, take your breath and drink some water. Take your breath and drink some water. Take your breath and drink some water. Take your breath. Drink. Or should we say, breathe, then drink. Now, come on, family, listen now. Grab your glass full of that water. Put your hand on that water. Twist your cap off that water. Now pour your water. Drink. Or should we say, live, pour, then drink. Now move your body and drink some water. Oh. Now move your body and drink some water. Move your body and drink some water. Move your body. Stretch it, family. Drink. Or should we say, move, then drink. Now raise your glass and toast your ancestors. Now raise your glass and toast your ancestors. Now raise your glass and toast your ancestors. Man, just raise your glass. Drink. Or should we say, live, toast, then drink. Man, now watch. Take your breath and drink some water. Lift and pour some water. Move your body, drink some water. Raise your glass and toast your ancestors. Breathe, live, move, toast. Or breathe, drink, eat, move. Take your breath. Lift and pour and drink. Move your body. Toast your ancestors. Break it down. Hold on. Shouts out to Rex. Drink, 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 drink. I got 1 minute, family. I'm trying to kill this 50 ounces in 1 minute. 40 seconds. Come on, drink your water. Come on. Let's get it. Come on. This one is the second most important thing. Drink your water. Dang. Almost did it, family. We moved up from the 30-something ounces to the 50-ounce bottle, and I have not been able to beat the bottle yet. Oh, my God. All right, family. Man, for those that's just joining the show, you never seen it before, you know what I'm saying? We wake up on a daily basis and toast our ancestors. During the 5 work days, we up between 5:15 and 5:30. We try to start the show within that time period. In the morning, yeah. I know some of y'all like, good morning. But then on the weekends, you catch me when you can. I see that a lot of y'all caught me. A lot of y'all might think that you're snowed in, but you're not really snowed in. This ain't no damn snow. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no snow. You know what I'm saying? So family. I can't see all of the chats and stuff, but lines are open. We will toast and discuss. Now, according to my Spreaker account, this is my 1209th Gye-Nyame Journey show. 1,209 shows. That's just for Gye-Nyame Journey. That's just what I've been doing under the Gye-Nyame Journey thing. Then if I add in the folktale for grown folks and the other stuff, and so 1,200 shows. Family, I've been trying to be consistent. I try to model what it is I believe that we need. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I fall short. Sometimes I go above and beyond. But I'm gonna clap it up because we get 1,200 shows. I was amazed. I said, damn. So like I said, if you want to, you could join the family on Spreaker. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's Spreaker.com. You can look up Gye-Nyame Journey. You know what I'm saying? Or Hot Tim. One or the other. And you could join us on that. And the beauty of that platform is that you could roll and listen, not have to worry about looking at the facial expressions and shit like that. You could just download it and you can listen. You know, you can listen directly through Spreaker. It'll ding you every time I come up. And podcasting is the thing that I originally started doing. Now, I do love the Facebook piece. I love the Facebook and being able to stream. I love that stuff as well. And I want to thank all of y'all that have been supporting me over this time. So we're going to finish up this water. We're going to do the toast. And we're going to open up the lines. Because I don't know, Brother Kwame just joined us as well. Shouts out. A great Imani to all of y'all, for those that don't know, because maybe we got new people listening. We conquered the week. That's right. That's right. We conquered the week. We at Gye-Nyame Journey decided that hell with the other days that y'all talk about. We just was going to take it over, and we decided to name the days after the principles to remind us about who we are, where we are, and when we are, which the days of the week should actually do, right? A lot of y'all are saying days and doing and working in days up under other people's cultural paradigms, and if you enjoy that, God bless you. But we choose to claim the week and empower ourselves. So you see Brother Kwame, his text, his stuff on the timeline saying great Imani. Cleveland! Is this water still boiling, sir? Yeah. Hold on, family. Let me put some music on. I might have to beat my child. Let me put on a commercial. I might have to beat my child.
Gye-Nyame man, I was born for greatness. My greatness comes from my potent sinner. I pledge to find and connect with my sinner. I pledge to heal my spirit, mind, and body. I pledge to use my hands to build a better world for myself, my loved ones, and my community. I pledge to use my mind to think deeper, further, and higher to create a better reality for myself. I pledge to live my life and go beyond all my self-imposed limitations. I pledge to promote the principles of the Gye-Nyame warrior and to assist all those seeking the path of success. I pledge all these things first to myself, to teachers, to all my relations, and to my higher power. I am Gye-Nyame. Ashe. That is the Gye-Nyame pledge that is said by all of our true members at least once a day. Peace and welcome to our YouTube channel. Check out our videos and podcasts. Subscribe as well as join the journey. Push past your self-imposed limitations within the Gye-Nyame journey. Peace.
Alright, family, I'm back. Yo, so, I'm boiling water so I can make this culturally appropriate coffee for our discussion. And my son left the water he just left it on. I'm like, I don't know. I'm working with him, but because like I said, I can't help but to look at him and remember some of the stuff I used to do when I was young. So, it's a blessing to at least have young people around you. So let's go on and see if I'm missing any of the comments. Nope. All right, let's go over here to Spreaker. No, to my Hootsuite. We're going to log in before we get into the toast. All right, family, make sure you're drinking your water. I'm signing into my Hootsuite so I can make sure I'm not missing any comments. Everything is pulled up on the piece. So what I'm going to do is we're going to run through the toast. I'm going to show y'all how to make this culturally appropriate coffee. Yeah, we call it culturally appropriate. Now, but so for those that don't know, because like I said, we got a language here. So for Gye-Nyame, there's 4 pillars of health. We have first pillar is breathing. Breathing is the most important thing that you can do, although you don't feel like it, because it's something that a lot of us, we just naturally do. And there's a lot more comments. All right, shouts out to Sister Navita. I see you up. Unfortunately, it's not showing up on my restream chat. Let me go on and refresh this. Shouts out to Aaron Thomas for joining us as well. I'm on I'm going to, is that Brother Aaron from yesterday. Like I said, family, if you have ancestors that you want to add to the list, when I start reading them, just put them on the timeline and I'll get them. If not today, I will definitely add them to the list, and you rest assured to know that in some form or fashion your ancestors will be toasted. We try to do it every day. I ain't gonna say try, shit, we've been doing it. Like I told y'all, we 1,200 shows deep. So, and I know, and what's crazy is I know that at least 365 of those, shit, longer than that, of those have been daily toasters. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been doing this. Damn. The only problem with drinking this much water is got the bubble guts. All right, family, but listen. So the first pillar of health is proper breathing. So at some period every day, try to do some conscious breathing. That's why I say take your breath and drink your water, right? Take your breath. Take a couple breaths consciously, on purpose, right? You and you actually get a high from it. Then the next most important one is the water, right? Because a lot of our people are suffering from dehydration. We just don't know how to recognize dehydration, and that becomes very, very dangerous, family. All right. So a lot of these diseases that we have are coming from the first two: lack of proper breathing, right, and every now and then retaining the breath. Right? Look at the importance of every now and then retaining your breath. Not only just getting plenty of air in, but every now and then allowing your body to fight for air. Right? It gets other processes going inside of you that are good for you. The water, you know what I'm saying? The water helps keep the microbiome in balance. It helps lubricate your body. Your body is over 70% water. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? It only makes sense to get the proper amount of water in there. If the water's not in there, then the body starts acting up, attacking itself, right? Then also, family, another piece, far as a pillar of health, is a culturally appropriate diet. Unlike the universalists that want everybody to believe that we are all the same as human beings, although we are human, we all come from different parts of the world. And in those parts of the world, that in a sense, that part of the world, that part of nature adapted a certain diet, or we in working with nature came up with a specific type of diet that worked to keep us healthy and to keep us in tune. And as African people, as a non-immigrant class here in America, those of us that, that could trace their lineage back to Africa, those of us that are non-immigrants, right? We lost a lot of our dietary habits. You know what I'm saying? Although we formed some new ones and we kind of pulled on them, we lost some dietary pieces. So we need to start learning how to eat culturally appropriate foods that are real, that will benefit us in a cultural, not only in a cultural sense, but help build up our body in the way that our bodies was meant to be built up. So the third most dangerous factor for us is that by us not eating culturally appropriate foods or adding culturally appropriate elements to the food that we're eating, we are robbing our body of nutrients, and we are making our body more susceptible to diseases. All right, and the last one is culturally appropriate movements. What type of movements are you making? Right? Are you moving? Are you walking, doing that extra walking? You know what I'm saying? What are you thinking culturally appropriate thoughts? When I say movements, I'm not just talking about movement of the body, but movement of your being. Right? Of course, we're talking about some workout and some movement and stuff like that, but we have to start moving in a culturally appropriate way so that we can stay healthy. All right, so on to yesterday. So yesterday we had warrior training. Young brothers came out. They had a lock-in on Nia night. And then on Kuumba, the brothers brought them over to The place, and since we had a lot of new brothers, I decided to take a new angle because I didn't want to drill some of the new brothers because you get the drilling, you're gonna chase some people away if they really ain't up into the drill type thing, right? So let me refresh this. I'm on my timeline for the show right now. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure check in Gye-Nyame journey. All right, cool. We ain't got a lot of, but we got people watching. So I want to thank all those that's taking the time to join us. And once again, the lines will be open. I'm about to drink this water. Then we're going to do our toast. And then I'm going to open the lines. Because the ancestors was like, man, y'all be having some long ass, you know what I'm saying? Can we get our salute before y'all jump off and just start talking? Can we get our salute first? Yes, ancestors, y'all get y'all salute first. What a beautiful thing to start your day with some water. Although I started with some cranberry juice, I ain't gonna lie. I had some cranberry juice left over from yesterday. Thanks to my sister Tylise, who also supplied that cranberry juice with, it was the side to the vodka that she provided me, her and her husband. Shouts out. Oh, it's Tylise and Dwayne's wedding anniversary. So shouts out to Tylise and Dwayne, my sister, and her husband. Congratulations. Damn, that's a lot of water. All right. So, we're going to go with the young bottle. Brother Joe, I tried to get it for you, man. You ain't want it. Woo! I love it. Oh, man, I love it. So, one of the missions today I got to go and refill my waters. We're going to go out. We're going to refill the waters. Yes, we are. So, yesterday, I'm going to get back to it. Well, today I'm going to I think I might do some brewing, or at least get started. But then, yesterday, one of the things that I did, we only did one thing. So when they came in, because at first it was only a few, so I said, well, maybe we could go see the new Dragon Ball Super movie. I said, nah. But then too many of them came and said, I'm not about to break my pockets like that. Speaking of that, I got to pay my dues to Gye-Nyame today. But anyway, so I sat down and I talked to him about, because Quates put on my mind, myth, legend, fables, and the modern day myths, legends, and fables, since the majority of my especially young men, they love the anime. So what I did was we went through maybe about the first 3 or 4 shows of Young Justice, and I had them looking for the key elements that make up a good story, which is also makes up the hero's journey, which also makes up the rites of passage that each individual goes through. And I'm trying to get them to start learning to be, in a sense, symbol literate and be able to identify the hero's journey, right? So that they know where they are in their life, and they know when they're watching a movie where they are and what messages they should be looking for. Right? Because when we put our young people in front of these devices, we need to at least get them to know, let them know, first off, we got to go and help them to start understanding there is a principled way to live. There is a culturally appropriate way to live. As African people, we have always based our existence on principle, right? Principle. These principles have to be able to be applied. You understand? And used. And when something is operating outside of the principle, we have to go and change the action, right? Now, also, when they are watching these movies, we want them to start recognizing the hero's journey or the very rites of passage piece that they're going through, because that's what makes a good story. And that's also what makes a good man and a good woman when they go through these processes, right? So what is that? You have first the call, then you have the separation, then you have the initiation, then you have the reintroduction, right? The call is when an individual first receives the challenge or the call to adventure. Very, very basic. You see this in all movies. There's some type of call, but then there's two types of hero. You have the reluctant hero, you have the hero that accepts the call. Alright? Boom, we got into discussion that. Then there's the separation, where the hero or the individual that's going on the separation separates themselves from the old world they knew and moves into a new world. Once they get into this new world, boom, the hero runs into the initiation process. And this is where the adventure starts. This is where they learn new skills and gets new things. And within the initiation and through the initiation, there is a death. Either a symbolic death or an actual death that causes a rebirth to where the hero is new, and the hero can be reintroduced to the world after they complete their adventure, after they complete the initiation. With that comes the reintroduction back into normal society where they're able to bring it, which causes another cycle of events because the people are not ready for the new information that the hero brings to the world. You know what I'm saying? You be like, but what they got to do with us as black people? That is the process that we develop to take our young people through. The call, you become of age. Now it's time for you to become a man. We separate you from what you knew. We reintroduce you to we introduce you to a new world. In that new world, you are initiating. You're brought into manhood, and you're given the secrets of manhood. You're given the rights of manhood, and the old you, the baby you, dies. And when you emerge as the new you, we reintroduce you into society as a positive force and a positive being in the community that's helping keep the legacy going. You understand what I'm saying? So you see why it's important for that large chunk to be taken out. You understand? Because this brings a person into the culture. So now, if you have this going on inside of a society, I want you to understand this. This goes on inside of a society. You can have one of these per culture. You understand what I'm saying? It needs to bring you into line with the culture that you exist in. So if you conquer a people, if you enslave a people, you have to cut this out of them, throw it away, and put your shit in, so that they will come through and be able to serve your society. And this is what happened to us, and this is why a lot of our young people start breaking off and start forming these little gangs and stuff like that. This is why this is why we have some of the behaviors we have, because our young people intrinsically, instinctively know that what they are being prepared for is not to their benefit. So they go and do something else. And I know some of that stuff is counterproductive, or at least we perceive it as counterproductive to the community. But they're trying, or they're looking for something that should be natural for all people, except for sick people, except for lost people. You know what I'm saying? Why are you know what I'm saying, rather looking at, damn, them is military troops. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's the... You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it like, goddamn, I understand. Yeah, but you doing some dumb shit, but I understand, right? So now, how do we plug that back in? And that's part of the reason we came up with Gye-Nyame Journey, and then first the underground, well, first Mac, then underground, then Gye-Nyame Journey. You know what I'm saying? Then Gye-Nyame, then Gye-Nyame Journey, and now Gye-Nyame Journey Media. You know what I'm saying? The constant separation, initiation, reintroduction, separation, initiation, reintroduction. Each time one of those groups was started, it was a different process or a different adventure that I was going through. Right now, we are looking for a family with cultural rituals and etc. That's exactly what they're looking for. That's exactly what they're looking for. And it has to, in a sense, make sense, because they are in a hostile environment. So how do you respond as a group to a hostile environment? I'm being raised up in an environment where it seems like everybody's against me. Now, this is another important piece, right? So in the bastards of the party, what you start to understand is that those young people got together for mutual protection. the beginning when we talk about street. I mean, because we want to blame the young people for this shit, but I want y'all to understand this that shit went back almost to the 30s, if not earlier than that. They got together for mutual protection because the West Asians were attacking them, right? And maybe even some brown folks, some of our brown cousins was attacking us, right? So we got together for mutual protection. Now, when white flight started to happen, what happened was a void was there, but yet you had these, in a sense, militarized young people. So what started to happen was the young people did what young people do. If there's nobody to fight, we'll find somebody to fight. There was no defined enemy for them, right? Because a lot of times older people turn away from the younger people because the young people are doing activities that, because we as older people don't recognize. We don't recognize a military formation, right? Because that's not part of the cultural framework we have been indoctrinated in. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, boom. We don't understand the military, the necessity of every people to have a military. No, the white man gonna protect us. They're gonna protect us, right? So when there's a void there, young people do what young people do. They find things to fight, and it just so happened that the thing that they found to fight was each other. All the way up until we move into the civil rights struggle, and everybody start recognizing, well, damn, we do have an enemy. The motherfucking police is beating our ass. Boom. So the riots start happening, and then all of a sudden, all these separate groups that was beefing amongst each other were able to be brought together. So family, one of the major things that we have to be clear on when we're working with our young people is who the enemy is. Listen to me, because this not only sparks just the warrior aspect in the fisticuffs, in the gunning and the knifing and shit. It also invigorates the warrior aspect in the mind. Can you feel? Do y'all feel me? Right? So I won't bore y'all with that right now. So, one of the questions I'm throwing on the table is, as a people, for as far as the call-ins, let me check, make sure nobody is up on the line right now. Nobody on the line right now. So, we're going to do the toast. But one of the questions that I want to deal with if people call in is, do we need government? Just starting some shit, because I'm ready. Do we need government? All right, because I'm seeing posts about what Marcus Garvey did, what the Nation of Islam did without government, and I want us as Gye-Nyame, I want us as tribe and friends of the tribe to sit down and have this discussion so that we can go and be very clear on whether government is needed, because I have a definite view in this, and I want to share my view, and I want to hear other people's view, because I'm always, I believe that we learn from each other, and the only way we're going to learn is by asking challenging questions. Right? A lot of us, we stop asking questions, and that might be one of the issues with many of our lives, because we're not asking some of those questions. And it kind of makes us uncomfortable when we run into some young people that's asking questions, because we don't know how to respond to questions, because we're not asking them, and we don't think that they should ask them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, here go. So Jay Ross is okay. So Jay Ross is on the line. Okay, I'm gonna open the lines. What's up? What's up, Roosevelt? Word? What's going on, Papa? You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to my cousin. I'm going to open the lines. Let me do the libations first, because I see you already ready to start some problems. Mr. J. Ross. Everybody give J. Ross deserves a round of applause, because she brings it when she brings it. I won't do the toast first because what happened yesterday, man, listen. You missed a real good conversation yesterday. You missed a good conversation yesterday, and this is why I be like, yo, hey. All right, so here we go. First, giving honor to the creator by whatever name you choose, call that creator. We lift up our glass and we salute this creator by whatever name you choose, call that creator. We call that energy into the room. We call that energy into our presence, and we lift up the glass and we say, Ashe. All right, family, from there, we get to the stars of the show. We lift up our glass for our honored ancestors. And if anybody on the timeline right now has some ancestors that they want to add in, I'm up on the timeline on Facebook. I'm up on the timeline on Gye-Nyame Journey. I'm just not on the timeline for either of the YouTube. I'm on it, but I can't see if you are putting any new comments on it yet. My chat on Restreamio is acting like a punk, so I'm gonna refresh it. I'm gonna refresh it one more again, right? I'm gonna refresh it one more again. All right, let's see if we streaming on all platforms right now. All right, but we just called the creator. Let's get the list for our ancestors. All right, we got 2 people on. See, that's what I was saying. I can't even see the comments from our family on YouTube right now. So, family on YouTube, give me a second to try to make sure that I am able to. We gotta wait for the chat to pop up. So those on YouTube now, one of the things you can do is I'm gonna open the call-in lines. You'll be able to get on the call-in line so I can hear your comments. Or you could go to our Spreaker app, or you could follow, or you could find Gye-Nyame Journey on Facebook. All right, because we're streaming live on there, and I'm receptive for your messages, and I want to make sure that I get everybody's ancestors. Listen, family. So we're toasting those upon whom shoulder we stand. Those ancestors that made it possible for us to be where we are. Those individuals that took care of us. When really in all essence, and especially in this selfish ass culture, we know they really didn't have to. Those individuals that picked us up when we fell down. Those individuals that prayed for us when we needed. Those individuals that listened to us even when we were sounding foolish. We want to raise our glass to those individuals that gave us treats when we didn't deserve them and gave us hugs when we really didn't deserve it. Right? We want to lift our glass up to those ancestors, and I got a large list of them, family, and I thank y'all for trusting me with this service. Shouts out to Miles Brown, Miss Ann, Robert and Texana Davis, Herman Brown Sr., Rosalie Tilly, George and William Walter, Chris and Fanny Gasson, Aunt Nina, Uncle Chris, Aunt Fiend, Cleveland and Geneva Brown, Margaret Ellis, Wash Ellis, Cecil Ellis, Elvira Brown. You want to say one? Go ahead. Gina Gaines. Herman Brown II, Barbara Twiggs, Wash Ellis Jr., Katie Ellis, Nikki Ellis, Jamon Jones, Jeremiah Tappan, John Fallard, Montague Pittman now, Normal X, Pat Mott Rob, Malika Fakour. Go ahead.
One more.
Uncle Buki, okay. Dr. Marianne Williams, Kojo Kamal, Elder Farmer, Elder Millie Dixon, Tony Clark, Pastor Yusuf Weston, Elder Ajani, Elder Ron Coleman, Elder Robert Donaldson, Alfred Brofro, Hector Jr., Jay Edwards, Carlisle Harris, Grace Lundy, Inez Harris, William Bill Moss, Phyllis Rose, Sterling and Lucy Wright, Gail Pullian, the Luxter Brothers, Miss Edith Brooks Crawley, Miss Marie Nelson, Mr. Frederick Crawley Sr., Miss Jerry Brunson, Mr. Alonzo Johnson, Miss Marie McDowell, Janet Foster, Charles Jordan, Kel Smith, Walter Smith, Richard Trigg, Francis Johnson, Mary Franklin, Jimmy Williams, Daniel Ford, George Gibson, Nana Loretta Clark, Inez McCrae, Fritz Clark, Frankie Justice, Katie Justice, Derek Renderman, Virginia Rogers, Reverend James Smith, Lois Henderson, Calvin Spratling, Mary Elizabeth Walker, Raymond Walker Sr., Sarah Jane Carter, Michael Ford Jr., Kellen D. Russell, Susie B. Smith, Teresa Clay, Melvin Dale Hodge, Melvin Dale Hodge Jr., Herman Copeland, Mildred Copeland, Jenny Clay, Bird Beatty, Sarah Well, Levita Farmer, Agosa Sue, Cheryl Harvey, Aunt Charmaine, Aunt Evelyn, Evelyn, Theodis Hasbury, Harvey Hasbury Sr., Leonard Dickinson, T.C. Islam, Terrell Dunbar, Will Thomas, Sarah Berry, Mark Walsh, Merle B. Thornton, Pearl G. Thornton, Ida Johnson, Flores M. Carter, Joanne Thornton, Erica Tricia Lewis, Juanita Wright, Robert Wright, George Wright, Mary Eliza Frederick Davis, Mary Elizabeth Rogers, Mary Esther Keachler Reese, Linda Watson Hammonds, Jarrell Giles Watson, Sparrow, Slimmy, Selvin Lewis, Andrew Holmes, Pearl Moore, Percy Moore Jr., Mildred Orange, Booker T. Bowden, Charlie Hunt, Sammy Stover, Hilda Pearson, Sturgeon Thornton, Richard Thornton, Lavinia Hall, Freeman Bankster, Mary Moss, Ophelia Peacock, Willie Thornton, Napoleon Kennedy, Mark Ramsey, Paul Ramsey, Matt Ramsey, David Ramsey, Charles E. Thornton, Frankie Quells, Urania Thornton, Bernice Quells, Ernestine Jackson, Frankie Johnson, Teresa Mormon, Leon Johnson, Charles Bell, Vivian Ramsey, S.C. Johnson, Delrita Johnson, Leon Johnson, James W.S. Sr., James Parham, Dana Jones, Henry World, James Farmer, Mary Chavez, Leon Grace, Bessie Johnson, Hattie Levester, Mary Moreland, Paul Moreland, Elder Caleb, Rosemary Martinell, Elder Amitep Wellman, Fred Douglas Triggs Sr., Delma Triggs, Thomas and Lula Berry, Lacey Eleanor Howe, Frankie Russell and Davis, Fred Douglas Triggs II, Vina Triggs, Reverend Eddie Moore, Helen Fuller, Eugene Jackson Sr., Richard Ellis, Silas Alexander, Charles Maxwell, Percy May Alexander. Yes, baby.
Is this yours?
Yes, that's mine. Why, you want it? Okay.
I can have it?
Yes. Come here. Let me set it up for you.
Okay. Whoa, already.
All right. All right. You just put it in the microwave like this. Put it on for 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm going to start at David Ramsey, Charles E. Thornton, Frankie Quells, Urania Thornton, Bernice Quells. Make it 4 minutes. 4 minutes, Sasha. Ernestine Jackson. 4 minutes, yes. Frankie Johnson, Teresa Mormon, Leon Johnson. It's real life here, Gye-Nyame Journey. Charles Bell, Vivian Ramsey, S.E. Johnson, Dorita Johnson, Leon Johnson, James W.S. Sr., James Parham, Dana Jones, Henry World, James Farmer, Mary Chavez, Leon Grace, Bessie Johnson, Hattie Levester, Mary Moreland, Paul Moreland, Elder Caleb, Rosemary Martinez, Elder Amitep Wellman, Fred Douglas Triggs Sr., Delma Triggs, Thomas and Lula Berry, Lacey Eleanor Howe, Frankie Russell and Davis, Fred Douglas Triggs II, Vina Triggs, Reverend Eddie Moore, Helen Fuller, Eugene Jackson Sr., Richard Ellis, Silas Alexander, Charles Maxwell, Percy May Alexander, Arthur Reynolds, Stanley Lockhart, Ricky Lockhart, William Lockhart, Woodrow Lockhart, Brenda Porter, Deacon Hargrove, Carla Sawyer, Andrew Parker, Doris Donald, Ellis Murphy, D'Amico Russell, Dillimon Ayers, Jean and Ruth Jones, Jana Callahan, William Walter West, Nigella Parrish, let's see. All right. Just checking to see if there's any additions. I hate have to move the camera like that on y'all. All right. No new ancestors as of yet. Elder Basiji Fulani, Jim Robinson. Crooked. Straighten it up a little bit. Jim Robinson, Gladys Johnson, Valerie Clark, John and Mary Sullivan, Dirk Johnson, Antonio Johnson, Delise Waters, DeFridas Hines, Inez Bostic, Edna Bostic, Winifred Scantleberry, Wilson Hadley, Elma Hines, Phyllis Lee, Eugene Spratling, Calvin Spratling, Charles Wooden, Penny Brown, Roy Lee Printup Jr., Miriam Johnson, Wilbur Longmire, Edith Catney, Janice Carter, Michael Carter, Leon Pina Carter, Margaret Carter, William Carter, Lisa Jordan, Charles Lee Mosley, Dorothy R. Blair, Ransom Evans Sr., Sam Evans Sr., Nalon Blair Sr., Edward Stevens. Ladies, after you get there and eat, you need to take a bath. Sue Ann Stevens, Joe Davis, Timothy Butler, Gene Holmes, Dana Jones, Peter Charles, Christy Nichols, Cardinal Robinson, Rosemary Charles, Ada Pearl, Bob Ingalls, Jack Wallace, Warren M. Finch, Warren P. Finch, Tim Ingalls, Audrey Finch, William Billingsley Jr., Jennifer Sensenbaugh, Hazel Gadsden, Jerry Brantley, Brian Watson Jr., Kaneko Parsons, Jason Kathy Bradford, Thomas Bradley, Uncle Bookie, Thomas Bradley, also known as Uncle Bookie, and Gypsy. We got Reverend Roosevelt Word I, Stacy Trice, Frank Smith, Mother Bertha, Michael Leonard, David Brown, Ruth Carter, June Cox, Ruth Cox, Paula Cox, Ronald Irving, Judy Hubbard, Irene Johnson, Francis Boots Jefferson, Dan Wilkinson Sr., Emma McClendon, Jerry Doyle, Amina Robinson, Mary Nichols, Patricia Williams, Shabaka Teray, Greg G2 Gibson, Donna Hill, Richard Gleavis, Lee Irby, Tommy Irby, Boyd Irby, Jim Gaucher, George and Hallie Johnson, Archie and Margaret Armstead, Diane Scott, Erica Armstrong, Claire Fox, Gene Evans, Archie Beck, Anna McGill, Charles McDaniel, Christine Cottrell, Aunt Becca, Alice Arnold, Arthur Arnold, Hattie Reed, Charles Reed, Eula and Andrew Baker, Patricia and Edwin Brooks, Gwendolyn and Bob Hatch, Kimball Vernon, Bradley Kim, Janie Harriet Tubman Cates, Spencer Sturgis, Sally Mae Baker, Ethel Baker, Creola Baker, Geneva Baker, Aaron Nino Baby Hatch, Hatch Sr., Mally Miller, Housie Hatch, Dad Cleveland, Mother Gibson, Alex Nixon, John Bowie, Lester and Rachel Saunders, Dorita Ross, Viola Ross, Robert Nelson, Francis Stevenson, Leroy Stokes, Neely Johnson, Fletcher Swan, Maddie and Charlie Scott, Ida Casey, Thomas Kofer, Vivian Stevenson, Mona Ann Lewis, Cornetta Lyman Lewis, John Jackson, William Dallas Lewis, Mary Francis, Chappelle Jackson, Michael Slade, Joanne Perkins, Richard Jackson, Martha Ford Dawson, Big Mama, Nanny Harris, Eva Ford, James Harrison, Margaret Towns, Mary Williams, Leroy Q. Heath Sr., Albert Moore, Miss Vanilla, Albert Motley, Geraldine Elizabeth, Douglas Thompson, Erlington Houston, Lud Alls, Elijah Alls, Jerome Alls, Henry West Staten, Joe Jamel Alls, Ann Pierce, Donald Carter, Liddy Green, Nathan Green, Bet Vaughn, John Dewey, Ruth Beard, Tim Butler, Ramey, Laura Newton, J.B. Foggy, Thomas Newton Sr., Baba Naeem, Jeanette Sanders, Jerry C. Sanders, Roy Pruitt, H.J. Brantley Sr., Henry Wilson, Rufus Jenkins, Minnie Wilson, Catherine Sanders, Muriel Ellis, Elizabeth Sanders, Henrietta Irby, Mildred Armstead, Margaret Armstead, Catherine Anthony, Ruby Brown, Charles Walker Sr., Charlie Walker, Cecil Russell, Diane Urban, Haroon Phillips, William Ford, Margaret Logan, Phyllis Barnett, Lee Urban Sr., Michael Urban, Ozella Watson, Hugo Watson, John Caldwell Sr., Robbie Lee Caldwell, Nevaeh Mitchell, Ron McCormick Sr., Sabrina Easley, Rayshawn Easley, Javea McCormick, Barbara Ann Reed, Dorothy Ann Reed, John Reed, Shekum Aha Reed Jr., John Reed Jr., Patricia Reed, Edward R. Benson Sr., Ethel H. McNair, Lois Fernandez, Jacqueline Broadus, Reginald Oliver, Mazarine Colford, George Swan, Imani Grayson, Charles Scott, Charles H. Scott, Michael Morgan, Charlene Morgan, Sybil Edwards McNabb, Annie Ferguson, William Ferguson, Shelby McClendon. Why is my damn door open?
Gina, why did you? I told you to close it.
I'm eating.
Real life here, Gye-Nyame Journey. I'm sorry. Joella Giles, James Carswell, Liberta Adams, also known as Aunt Sis, Elder Shaka McNair, and Anthony Brown. All right, so we lift up our glass, family, and we should wait. Hold on. Before we lift up the glass, I want to make sure. Isn't any other ancestors out there that I need to be shouting out? I'm looking on the Restreamio chat. I don't see nothing. I'm looking on Gye-Nyame Journey. I don't see nothing. All right, family. I'm just trying to make sure I get them all. So we lift up our glass.
Did he say Ashe?
Ashe. From there, family, we move to the present moment. The present moment is all we got. The present moment is where our power lies. Right now. In this now, family, we make a pledge with our children, our children's children. And we also stand upon the foundation that was laid for us by our ancestors. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we leave something here, that we build something here, that our young people will be able to build upon. So we salute our children, our children's children, on to infinity, and we say, Ashe. My fault. We already did that. I jumped. I got so excited. I jumped right past the present moment. So we salute the present moment. And in this moment, family, for those that don't know, we are on Imani. Imani, for those that don't speak the language, today is the day of faith. The day is in the Imanic principles. Go cut that bathroom light off for me, Sasha. In the Imanic principle of the day is harmony. The M7 that we would teach the young people will be trust, or an M7 is Millennium 7. That's a principle system that we developed to help mold and build the culture of our school. The color is red. I don't have a red shirt on, family. Didn't feel like putting on a red shirt this morning. Gender is the Hermetic law today. And today, if you are a male, you was born on this day, not your birthday. I just want to be clear. If you was born on this day, right? So if you was born on Imani, right? Your name, the male name is Kwesi. Female name is Akusua, right? Akusua, right? So, all right. So Kwesi's your day. Kwesi. Who is that? Go unlock the door.
It's probably somebody.
Yeah, I hope it's somebody we know. Who is that? Gina.
Gina, did
You went outside in your... It's real life here, Gye-Nyame Journey family. I think I might have to put on some music because I might have to beat one of my kids.
No.
What's wrong with you? All right, so we salute this moment and we say Ashe. From there, we move to our children's children unto infinity. We already toasted them and we made a pledge that we will lay a foundation for them so that they will be able to build, and we toast them in advance, family, unto infinity, because we have always been here, and you know what? We will always be here. Throwing that out there. Throwing down the gauntlet. So come get it. Ashe. From there, family, we move to all of our relations and we toast and we say, Ashe. Thank you, Shasha Mosh. From there, well, you know where we go? We lift up our glass. This is that selfish toast, that toast. What is it that you need to become the greatest in this moment? What do you need? What is it that you need? We call on the Creator. We call on our ancestors. You got a lot of love and energy around you, family. What is it that you need to pull into your life in order to be able to move to the next level in this moment? I ain't talking about some future shit. In this moment, right now, what is it that you need to be powerful? We lift up our glass. Shasha said food. All right, so we throw up, and last but not least, I want to toast the most beautiful, most powerful, most inspiring, most uplifting individual in the room. And don't be looking around. I'm talking about you. I'm toasting you, and I say Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. All right, let me take a sip. Let's find a little bit of music. We're going to find a little bit of music. Oh, shit. I didn't think about that. I got a whole... Hold on.
Host of music.
I got a whole bunch of music on, since we're not using the thing on the computer. I got a lot of music. All right. All right, cool. So I'm going to keep on talking for a second. I'm going to stall y'all for a second. I'm stalling y'all out for a second. Hold on. Because I can see the chats for Spreaker. And what I want to do is, boom, we're going to go, for those that don't know, Spreaker is streaming. I want to use the web console. Boom. Click it. Bringing up the web console. Oh, shit. They won't let me use the web console unless... Oh, that's so messed up. Oh, man. All right, I don't want to do that. Because then I would have to broadcast, so I don't want to do that. So, we just going to find us a tune. One of the old ones that y'all done heard. Let's see.
No. Yeah.
All right, let's do minute by minute. Better yet.
Yeah.
I thought I had Shechem shit on here. We're gonna play. What is this? All right, we're gonna play Ashibu.
Brothers and sisters, take a little time to really look at one another, then ask yourself,
can you bring me a
can we really afford to lose one another? We must understand that we are all we got. We're forgetting our past, blinded by crack and gun smoke. We must turn that mess around and make the other man choke.
Go ahead, Ashibu. He was about 19.
down in flames. Like
hold on, watch this.
One day
I like
open
this.
my ears.
I like this.
You wouldn't believe what I heard. They say your
All right,
word
so I'm gonna
ain't
make some culturally appropriate
See,
coffee
you
while
promised
we
us great
listen.
things, but only giving us a little bit. I keep your Star Stripe hat
This
as a
is
souvenir.
a
The
French
uncle
press.
is dead, but I'm not even gonna shed a tear. See, right now you're the big fish, but I'm the genie in the land, and then you get no wish.
Clearing out all the
Usually
coffee.
you get 3, but I'm taking 1 plus the 2 that you owe me. It's so hard to feel proud.
Now,
While I said it to you,
coconut oil.
you're still talking loud. I'll
Culturally
never get on the boat with the
Let's
man.
go and make it. Boom.
Because it reminds
Throw a
me
little
of
bit
that
up in
great
there.
master plan. Oh, I haven't forgotten the last cruise we took. We ended up picking cotton. You tried to play me
Throw a
down
little
like a
bit of
sucker,
ambrosia in there,
but
right?
I survived to take back what's mine, your
That
mother.
ambrosia coffee.
So repay your debt to us. Mama so light, cause all the nuts that you busted, you violated our blood and plagued us with acne. So who's the real savage race? Please tell me, what race is really your mind state? So the mess you bumped up is the mess you're gonna have to face. See why I'm so upset? Because you brainwash my people, talking up the side of your neck. So I just sit back and light up a stand so to deal with the pains and the rage in the ghetto.
Let's get these lines open. If you know Ashi,
Who really
send them some
knows
shots out.
what tomorrow's gonna bring?
Crazy.
Our heads are filled with these false hopes
These
and
are crazy.
doctrines.
This is day to day.
The rage in the ghetto, it drives me to chaos. Brothers talk they mess and get tossed. See, deep down inside, I wanna change, but it's hard as hell to remove these chains on my brain. You got me thinking that I'm less than I really am. Put up a 10-foot pole and inhale sand. The rage in my mind, it keeps me from crying. But inside I'm slowly dying. Because I don't know who I am. So I pick up an idol and become his biggest fan. Pattern myself to be just like Jack. I can have a big Cadillac, slanging crack. Invest seriously, and then I start rolling hard. And the rest is history. Prove very secure. Got a few keys and holding G's. Nobody can be trusted. I sit with a shotgun and in my jock strap a small gap because I'm so damn scared. Walk the streets alone at night, I wouldn't dare. Will I make it to 21? I'm only 19, my life has just begun. I got snatched up by the feds, I was slapped around, then assigned a concrete bed. And now I'm behind bars. Yesterday was the last day I would see stars. And now I'm feeling sorry, cause everything I ever did is coming back to haunt me. I'm crouched in a corner, hugging my knees. I'll be 37 by the time that I'm free. I got enough bed sheet, I'll make me a nice little noose and I'm out. One hell of a future. I fell into the hand of the plan and now it's over. The rage inside is still alive. And will survive until I die. And if that's tomorrow, you see, I went alone. My heart was filled with sorrow. It's a shame though, but it's all because of the rage in the ghetto.
Drop that shit up there. We did this shit when they still hot.
Little shout out to the underground. Took me in and gave me some knowledge. And now I'm ready. Hands up with the devil. Ashibu. Brothers in black boots.
We up, we live, family.
Stepping up.
The lines are hot.
Hotel.
Question on the table. One of the questions. It's your show. What direction you want to take it in? Like I said, just don't get crazy. Just don't get crazy. I'm crazy. I cornered the market on crazy. Crazy, I got the monopoly on that shit here. Alright? But the call-in lines are open. We'll keep them open for a couple of minutes. If anybody want to call in, the number is 614-556-4535. Once again, could you say it for me again since you want to say it?
614-209.
No. 614. You're giving up too many numbers. 614-556-4535. That is the number to get in and to have a conversation on the journey. You know, because you know what they say. If you want to get there fast, right? Travel by yourself. But it's something else if you want to blah, blah, blah. But if you want to have a good time while you traveling, then go together. That's why we call it Gye-Nyame journey, not Hot Tim's journey. Shit, because I can't be by myself. I like kicking it. I like having a good time. You know what I'm saying? I like telling jokes and hearing jokes and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
That's not true.
that's not true. I don't like telling jokes.
No.
Girl, please. I'm gonna have people laughing. What is you talking about? Maybe because I'm your dad, you don't get to see that part of me.
No.
All right, well,
Never
cool.
saw you say that.
Whatever. All right, so now y'all gonna let Shasha be the only one that I'm conversating with? All you grown people out there?
This call is being recorded.
All right. Uh-oh. This from Burkesville, California. You know who this is? This is our correspondent from how you say Ondagu? Was I close?
Wagadugu.
Wazadugu. Wazadugu.
Waga. Just say Waga.
Waza. But I mean, you know.
It.
So,
Waga.
what time is it over there? Just so people know that how serious you are about getting on here and toasting these ancestors.
It's 6.
It's what time?
6 p.m. 6:22 p.m.
6:22 p.m. We got Shaka Hasbury on the
Yeah, I
line.
just finished.
So, but now, and I did get the message that you sent me, and I'm gonna find a way to share that so that people can get that on our timeline. It's hard for me to read on the screen, so I'm gonna have to print that out to read it. But while you here, while you here, can you tell the people a little bit about what you sent me?
Oh, I'm so happy to do that. Okay, can I tell you the backstory?
Yes, I mean.
So, I'm a teacher. You know, I work here in Ouagadougou, and I was talking with a substitute teacher, and it's so funny because my daughter is also a teacher. She works in the States as a teacher. She's a young, college-educated kid. And so I was talking to her, and I was like, yeah, I was talking to a substitute at my school. And she goes, oh, my God, what kind of substitutes would they have in Ouagadougou? I said, well, this substitute teacher happened to be educated at Yale University. And I had a very intelligent conversation with them about the environment. They have a degree in environmental studies from Yale. So I just wanted to tell you guys that. So I was talking with, hello?
I'm listening. We listening.
Oh, okay. So I was talking with the teacher, and he was explaining to me about the environment here. And, we have a lot of issues with air quality and everything. And so I just asked him a question. I said, I've had this theory since I've been living abroad that the gasoline in these foreign countries smells different from the gasoline to the States. I said, I'm in my 50s. And when I was a kid, I remember how strong the gasoline used to smell. But now you go to the gas tank, you could barely even smell the gasoline. He said, yes. He said, that's because the gasoline that we get in Africa is tainted. It's laced with chemicals, toxic chemicals. So the emissions that we get is much worse than the emissions that you get in the States or Europe or any of those developed countries. And honestly, when he said that, I was just floored because, you see smoke coming from cars. And Tim, you've been to Africa.
Right.
You've seen those trucks. with the gas coming from it and it's black, and you're saying to yourself, wow, they don't do emission testing here, I see. But you don't really think how serious it is. You don't really think how deliberate it would be that they would literally, he said they add chemicals to the gasoline when it's on the containers to bulk it up, to add the volume. And so when it comes here, it's laced with toxic chemicals that are banned in the United States.
You said banned?
Banned. That these chemicals we don't have in our gas, we don't have in our air at all.
Well, let me bring up another point while you're on that. When I was in Ghana, there was this beautiful, my wife's uncle had a beach house. And it was a beautiful roof. It was beautiful. And I'm like, man, that roof is beautiful. What is that made from? They said asbestos.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of shit that they make illegal over here, they will send it, you know what I'm saying? They will send it right over to our folk family. It's like a lot. So this just going, I just wanted to stress that because them putting illegal chemicals in the gas is not surprising. And we know that, like I said, in order to have a successful civilization, somebody else outside that civilization have to fail. Or even better, if you have people inside of the civilization that can accept failure and not rebel, that's even better. But go ahead, keep on going.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that because that's kind of like me. You know, I go to different places, make observations, but we don't have the evidence to substantiate it. We just be like, that's interesting. And again, I was in Malaysia, same thing. There was a classroom that they used asbestos tile.
Yeah.
In the classroom.
They look good, don't they?
And they were saying, yeah. You know, they were saying, yeah, we're using asbestos. This is good. And so we're like, no.
No, it's
From
not.
my point of view, that's actually very bad.
Right.
But to me, you know, air is something that you can't protect yourself from air. You can't, I don't care how much money you have, you can't shield yourself from the air you breathe. So for them to dump these chemicals here, when if they didn't do that, the air quality in Africa will be good because, to be honest, they don't have a lot of industry. So if you don't have a lot of industry, you shouldn't have a problem with air quality.
True. I mean, that makes too much sense, though, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, look what we have. And then I was talking to another guy. I hate to talk too much, but I was talking to another gentleman today. I ran into a man, and he had lived in the United States for 40 years. And so I was just talking to him, and he's here, retired, and he was basically saying that pretty much all the vegetables, the fruits and the vegetables, the watermelons, the carrots, the potatoes, the onions, pretty much they're all GMO. They're all genetically modified. All the seeds are genetically modified.
Wait, stop. Say that again. Say that again?
Yeah, no, really. Pretty much all the produce, like the carrots, the tomatoes, the potatoes, the things that you eat that are kind of like standard Western vegetables that are also a part of African foods are all genetically modified seeds.
Damn. Even a yam?
No, see, that's local.
Okay. All the stuff that come in. Okay, all right.
Tomatoes. But now, you know, African food has changed a lot. So they eat carrots, they eat potatoes, they put tomatoes, they put all that in their food. They eat that just
Right.
like people eat it anywhere else. But and it's all genetically modified. And I had a hunch. Again, you know, not knowing the data, not taking the time to research it, because I lived in Mauritania also. I was in Mauritania for 4 years. And Mauritania, if you don't know, is it's a Sahara country. So it's pretty much in the Sahara, but it's also on the west coast of Africa. And they don't have a lot of farming and things like that. So a lot of their food comes from Morocco or Senegal. And the carrots that I was eating in Mauritania were literally as orange as a crayon. They were so orange. And I was like, this is not normal. And now I understand these are genetically modified. GMO. Yep.
All right, family. So now this is and now I am trying at this present time to find what she sent me. She sent me an email, and what I want to do is be able to upload it. So now this is one of the benefits of not only getting the black signal, but also being able to get on the black line. The black line, I am able to share information. But, you know, because Shaka been working with it a little bit more than me, so Shaka might know how to pull up and drop something in there, because on the black line, we can actually, while people are on a conference call, if you are linked in through your internet device, far as like Uber conference / Gye-Nyame journey, you can go in. You could go in and you can actually download information that we are able to put up on here. So as we start getting better at what we're doing, and because it's important that we start sharing information from around the world, because family, y'all got to understand, we don't have just a local or even a national piece no more. We have officially become international. You know what I'm saying? Because she's the second person that started communicating with us from outside of the States. So what we're doing is reaching internationally. So now, one of the issues that they're dealing over there in the continent is, we know that they're getting our leftover shit that has been deregulated over here, and they can't use over here. They ship it straight over to black folks over in Africa, because they can't get it to black folks here because it's illegal, right? Which brings us right to my discussion. Do we need government? And then they tamper with the gasoline that they are giving to people over there. Shaka, you still on the line, my man?
I'm here.
All right. So I'm sitting up here like, yo, so the question that I'm asking today, the challenge that I'm throwing out today, I think I'm going to change the email address for them to get to Gye-Nyame Journey. But the challenge that I'm throwing out today is connected. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's the problem. I'm not connected to. Okay. All right. The question I'm asking today is: do we need government as black folks in America? You know what I'm saying? And I know people gonna come at it from many different angles, but I'm asking the question. Because I'm seeing a lot of text from people and stuff like, Marcus Garvey was able to do it without government. Elijah Muhammad was able to do it without government. We have, boom, to pull yourself up by the bootstrap. So we need to really have a discussion on whether or not those of us that's coming from the tribe of Gye-Nyame Journey, do we need government or don't we need government?
I mean, have we? Well,
you say who?
I was about to jump all the way into it. I too. But let me slow down a little bit. Let me ask you this.
Oh, but hold on, Shaka. Let me send shots out to you real quick. You ready?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Dude, you carried the torch over the finish line for us old dudes, because I sure fell asleep on Friday. and you was throwing some education down, and I can't do nothing but thank you, brother, because dang, I said, oh, wow, my dog, y'all heard that? See, this is a generational thing. So
Yeah,
Shaka,
I heard it.
So, Shaka, I want to thank you for that because you carried it over the top, man. But go ahead. Well, what you was about to say.
Oh, man. All right. So, first of all, when we look at all of struggling class America, 1 out of 10, Hatem, how many of us do you feel are so pharmaceutically and technologically dependent that without those vices, we would be able to do? For real, 1 out of 10, how many of us deal with
I ain't even gonna look. You said pharmaceutically or technologically dependent?
Yeah.
And you asking 1 out of 10? Dog, listen. That's 9.3 on both. Listen. Hold on. Now, technologically, 9.3. Pharmaceutically, I would say I would give that a 7.5.
Okay. So, and I didn't say black folk. I said struggling class America. So that, you understand what?
I understand. I understand where you're going.
When the lights go out, have we as a people prepared for the moment to be able to rebuild something that allows us to sustain the quality of life that we have even now with the system, with the government, with the government's assistance to live? You understand? Listen to what I'm saying. With the government assistance, because it's a lot of us that say that we struggling out here, that we broke in all of that game, but at the end of the day, I mean, we surviving off the hands of or the assistance and the support of the government. Let's be for real. We want. You understand how many Hotep revolutionaries out there? It's like, yeah, anti-system, but hey, but I got the hookup on those food stamps right now.
Hey, I got you. Hey, man, you better watch who you call her Hoteppers, man. I don't play that shit, man.
Well, Shaka, what's your point? I want to figure out your point. I don't get it.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is that when we talk about government or no government, if we are people that have prepared for the moment that the lights go out to be able to rebuild and to have the organization to be able to rebuild our communities as substantial or more substantial than what we're dealing with, then I would say no government. But we're looking at a people that when the lights go out, we'll come together to be able to. I mean, because when the lights go out, it's only 7 days before everybody's pirating from everyone. So without loyalty, honor, and sacrifice, do we really have a tribe that's going to move on to be able to build together in that chaos?
Now, Shaka, I want to take it. I want to. Oops! I just dropped it on. Sorry. Are you okay? I dropped it. But now, family, because this the reason I'm asking the question. Because Shaka, you went a little bit deeper. You even taking it to like if the lights go out and there's needs out there and the people got. I'm taking it from the standpoint of economics, of an individual that right now has to go and itemize all the shit that I done spent this year. I done.
You know who's ready for that?
Who?
Kwanzaa Quentin. I'm telling you, listen, the weed man is still gonna make his moves in the dark.
But hold on, let me finish before you get up. See, because this is the point that I want people to understand. And this is why I brought up the conversation. And please, if you're listening in, feel free to call in at 614-556-4535. This is the reason I'm bringing it up. I'm about to do my taxes. I got to do my taxes, which means I have to pay. Actually, I have to ask somebody for some money that I earned throughout the year. I got to ask them for some of my money back. If even I get, because most time, until I got married, I wasn't getting no goddamn money back. As a matter of fact, even while I was married, for the last 5 years, I had to pay back money that they said that I took too much of. So, all right, cool. I'm cool. All right, I'm a tax tax-paying citizen of this country. And I'm asking the question from the standpoint of, do we need government? If I have an individual that's pulling money from everything that I purchase, right? Those individuals, I believe, are beholden to me. So I will say, without a shadow of a doubt, at this point in time, we need government. And then going to the whole discussion about Marcus Garvey, the Nation of Islam, because both of those were able to build, in a sense, small dynasties that were able to accomplish great things. But the one thing that I am sure of is that both of those had government interference that stopped them from being able to take shit to another level. So when it comes to us and our movements, I'd say unapologetically that in some form or fashion, we have to have some involvement with government. Because 40% of our income...
I agree. I agree. I mean, I think it's how much government. I mean, government to me is a baseline. I think how much government. We need government. Government needs us. Government uses us. It's reciprocal. It should be.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I feel like sometimes it's just a matter of repositioning ourselves and reestablishing or reaffirming a role with each other, because what I'm hearing is that if we moved as an entity, and an entity based out of, state, commerce, we moved as one EIN, then we move like a lot of folks out here. They just don't call it tribes. They're organizations and corporations. You know what I mean? So are we saying that we move as a corporation with the government?
Now, I ain't saying now. Now, understand this. Not necessarily even moving with government in that fashion. But what government does, government opens up opportunities. Like, for example, if you look at like the whole internet shit, that shit was opened up by the government. The land grants that they gave to West Asians, that shit was opened up by the government. They had the protection and the permission of the government to get out and do shit. Now, I'm not saying that we can't set up our own councils and in a sense our own government and we all move as one. But if we have an entity that's leeching off of us and we're paying them and we're not holding them responsible for the services that they should have, because one of the major reasons that I don't think a lot of people understand, when you look at Marcus Garvey's movement, one of the major things that brought Marcus Garvey's movement down was the interaction between them and the federal government. The federal government decided that they should not exist, and in a sense did everything within their powers, legal and illegal, to destroy them. Now, if, for example, the 2 million members of Malcolm had people in place in politics to be like, yo, this is coming down the pike. Y'all need to prepare for such and such. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. All right, boom. Well, you can send somebody up to Washington with a brown paper bag, and you get some stuff done, blah, 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 because this is how it works. So when we got people screaming, we don't need government, government will shut down every goddamn thing you do if you are not prepared to deal with government. Even if we talk about Neely Fuller, who brought forth the concept of white supremacy. In the 9 areas of life, politics is one of them. You got to be able to deal with government, and in a sense, you got to make the government either understand either you can work with us or you better not work against us. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Y'all know y'all can't let me just start talking.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I think that, to be honest, I think part of our problems as a people, we don't put enough pressure on government. I think we allow the white rhetoric in the United States, talking about less government and independence, work ethic, and all that nonsense. We allow that to infiltrate us, and so then we're kind of weak in our push to have the government do support the people the way they're supposed to. That's where I see we are that's a fault to us. Because I think that we should push government to do a lot more than government is doing. A lot.
Sister Kim, I got a question. I got a question for you, real quick, before we move forward, because I want people to have access to this file. Do you remember what was the title of the file?
It's a PDF. I don't remember.
All right, don't worry about it. I'll find it. I'm gonna go somewhere else because I'm about to put it up on the Uber conference, and anybody who wants to get it, you go to Uber conference /Gye-Nyame Journey, and you'll be able to pull it down on this conversation so that you can go and check that out, because I think it's a very important piece for us, so we can start recognizing that the oppression that we are feeling is spilling out from us onto other people. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't start taking action over here first, we're not going, you know what I'm saying? We got to put on our oxygen mask, because we got to understand. So even if we go over to other countries and we say, I'm done with America, and we move, we still going to have to deal with, because where is the oil and the gas coming from? Where's the refineries at? But I'm sorry, I think, was it Shaka? Somebody was talking, was it Shaka?
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, it's public. It's called Public Eye Dirty Diesel.
Dirty Diesel. All right, let me go and look and see if I can find that.
See if we can find it.
Go ahead, Shaka.
So I want to paint a picture for you to understand not only a mentality, but our circumstance to a degree where it will make sense. Are you all familiar with role-playing games like RPGs? These, that's basically what they call a lot of the video games out there right now, where they're role-playing games, right? Mm-hmm. And you typically play from the perspective of a player, because when you're prepared as a player, you have a goal in mind, right? Mm-hmm. And then you're prepared with certain resources. You're instructed to go get the resources to be able to get this goal accomplished, right?
Right.
But there are certain people who are written into these RPGs as inanimate characters, not players. These are the ones that are designed by design for you to be able to go in, and now you got a gun in your hand. This is the dude you shoot. Okay, bam. We are written into this process as those inanimate characters. So in order for us we recognize the game, but we have to reposition ourselves, or have to position ourselves as a player, because that's the only way that we can live.
Did you take a bath?
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Because you're taking it.
I get it.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Hello?
I'm here. I didn't know if Shaka, did he drop off?
No. I mean, that was...
Oh, okay.
So, once again, the 1 through 10, how many of us have the wherewithal to be able to reposition ourselves in a position, in a way, to be able to win? Like we say, if it's a matter of just establishing, an investment group with a special interest. I mean, I believe that that's what most investment groups are doing, but moving together at that capacity where we're trusting a board or a council to be able to make these executive decisions.
I think you lost me. Because now you're talking about an investment. I think you lost me.
Well, I mean, is how do we interface with each other to move at that capacity?
As a government?
I think it starts with Yeah, you're saying to be able to push government? Is that what you're saying?
To be able to move, like we say, with government, but on the winning side.
Now, see, because this,
I don't know how you do. How do we be on the winning side when we're losers? How do you do that? We're losers.
So that's the from what to what. The from what is from losing. The to what is to winning. So if we're in a strategy that moving together as an entity would strengthen our position, then how do we motivate that so that it is a catalyst that moves us along to where we need to be?
I mean, Tim can say, but I think that this is a start. Communicating with people who have the same mindset is a big start. Because one thing we don't have is I see us as having a communication breakdown in our community. A lot of people cannot talk to each other. So this is a big step forward. It may not seem like much. I know a lot of times on these talk shows, like I watch Yvette Carnell, and she has callers in, and a lot of times people call in and say, you just keep talking. Well, you know what? Right now, that's what we don't have. We don't have people who know how to really have an intelligent or even a halfway decent conversation without using profanity, without insulting someone, without moving to violence. We have a lot of people who can't do that without doing those things. So being able to talk is a step, because through these discussions, people make decisions and do things. So I think this is a big step. I don't think it's small.
I mean, now, one, being able to talk about it. Two, being able to recognize that we have a lot of vested interest in these conversations. And at least driving the conversation, I believe. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, a lot of times we don't even recognize, damn, I can't find this file. Why is that? And I'm just like, yo, we need I'm just saying, if a motherfucker, excuse my language, because I know she just got there saying, having unintelligent. If somebody is taking money from me on a regular basis, right, and talking about, oh, we're the servant of the people and I'm one of the people, I think that in some form or fashion, we have to be able to rally up the forces to start, one, pushing them in the right direction, and two, selecting or at least being part of the selection process that individuals need to be able to go through in order to even be able to say that. So if, like in Columbus, if we live in a certain area, there should be no city council people that where we hold a majority, if we hold any majorities in Columbus, there should be no city council people coming out of a black community without a mindset of being able to address the aspect of reparations in Columbus. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, and it's like we have to be able to set get the mechanism to start working for us. You know what I'm saying? And even like what Kim's saying, because right now we're in a position of losing, but we're in a position of losing because in many ways, because of some of the push for this pull yourself up by your own bootstrap that was weaponized against us. And that's what a lot of us don't understand. That shit was taken by the Nixon people and they weaponized that shit against us. And we got to understand because it wasn't weaponized against us when the Honorable Booker T. Washington was using it. Booker T. Washington had a great idea and all that, but it wasn't weaponized against us. It became weaponized when West Asians grabbed hold of that concept and start using it in the way that we currently doing it. Because right now, we're saying that we are responsible for the position we are in America, not really realizing the historical aspects and the historical occurrences that led us to this present place. We neglect that in history we have done great things here, even in America, and all the stuff that a lot of these new people are coming up with saying, well, we never tried this. We done tried all that shit. But one of the things that has always worked against us is that the government that is collecting money from us and have been collecting profits from us since its inception has never been called to task for what they did, and called to task to open up mechanisms through which we as a people, I'm talking about black, non-immigrant people of descendants of slaves right here in America, non-immigrants, descendants of slaves right here, have been able to access. And this is why I'm saying the government is needed, because government is the one to take that, collects these pools of money and make these gaps, make it possible for people to access these funds, or at least to start to put the mechanisms together to start raising these funds. Black folks, we're trying to do a lot of shit on our own that because you are a taxpaying citizen, you should not have to. See, because like
and you're not going to be successful on your own.
It's not, because it has, because
you're not going to be successful. You're just going to work hard and feel bad about yourself. It's not meant for you to be successful on your own, because successful people can't do it on their own.
It ain't just certain people. There's nobody. They name one industry where a motherfucker actually got out here and did that shit on their own. Government in one fell swoop can create a legislation that put motherfuckers out of business. Let's even think about the richest man in the world right now. Right now, people's talking about Jeff Bezos and how he got caught cheating. I got a question for you. How is it possible for Jeff Bezos to have all that money unless there was some government involvement? And I'll give you the first step of the government involvement. Where was the government involvement with Jeff Bezos? Even before we got to Amazon. Let's talk about the government opening up this concept called the internet that was first a military tool. They made that shit free. That was government. That wasn't private industry. And then let's go back to
no, it's all government. It's all government. I'm sorry, guys. We can't win this on our own. And we got to go to the people who put us in this situation.
And hold their fucking feet to the fire. And hold their feet to the fire. And not be scared of that. Not be scared of it.
And you can't run. You can't run. I know a lot of people are talking about go to Africa, go to Ghana. And I haven't done research on it, but people are talking about Ghana giving citizenship or something like that. But what they don't understand is the people who are really successful going to foreign countries and setting up businesses are people who are supported by their government. Those are the people who make it.
Check it out, family.
Those people who go on their own and just try to make it, if that's you have a lot of money to lose.
And you're going to lose it. Because without government protection, they're going to fleece your ass. Listen to me, family.
Yes,
it's not fun being broke in Ghana. I tried that shit. It's not fun. I did it for one day. I just did one day. I didn't get a wire transfer. I spent all my money. It's not fun. See, because you got to understand, y'all, they're opening up the easiness to get the visa so that you could visit, and they're opening up the fact that you are able to come back. But you got to understand, it's not just you that they want. It's the American dollar that you bring. And you got to understand that if you stop making American dollars, you just become another problem for them.
Exactly. And they don't need any more problems.
Oh, my God. But, hey, like I said, of course there's people out there that know better. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, or they'll call somebody like me or you negative, but it's not necessarily being negative, because what we're not saying, and I need y'all to understand this. I need everybody out there to listen to me. We're not saying, or I'm not saying, or Sister Kim not saying that there's not work that we need to do. There is stuff that we need to do, but there is somebody taking, if you're working, there's somebody taking 40% of our income that has not been keeping up with their part of the bargain for us as taxpayers. They didn't keep the bargain for your parents.
Yep.
They didn't keep the bargain for your grandparents. So that means that you got at least 300 years of services and financing coming, because we've been paying into this shit, but yet we have not been able to extract the value out of our dollars. That's all I'm saying. And it's like, yo,
That's it.
I'm sorry.
And there should be no shame. Do it and hold your head up high. Demand it. Hold your head up high. Don't feel any shame. None.
Because I'm sitting up bugging, man, because I be...
We'll get food stamps. We'll get food stamps. We'll get welfare. We'll get some benefit, and we'll have to get shamed. Ashamed for what? Your ancestors paid for that. That's the least they could do for you. Section 8, why are you ashamed? You have Section 8 property.
She said. And then also we need to realize all these $1 million and $1 billion corporations are eating off the plate of government. We got to understand that. You think Jeff Bezos is not eating off the plate of government? You think Bill Gates and his company is not eating? What about Walmart? Let's just talk about how Walmart hustle the government. They pay their people so little money that they need to go and get certain services from the United States government. Now, when the United States government do
I got a question.
Go ahead.
There is a difference between eating off the plate of government and eating out of master's hand. Or that. You understand what I mean?
Now, eating out of master's hands. Now, master is somebody in the sense that was forced on you, and you are all right, cool. I hear you. What is the difference? Shaka, you got a child, do you not?
Yeah. Yeah.
If your child was hungry and you was not able to provide him with food, and you had somebody next door to you named Master that was willing to help you out, would you take some money? Would you take something from him? What about if the master that was living next door to you and you living in the little place you living in is living in your ancestral home, right? And you know that he owe you, and he's offering to help you. Would you do it? Not even offering. You go and demand, say, you know what? You living in my mama's house. You right. Would you not take some assistance from them? See, because the whole piece is, family, we can't get so caught up on this whole pride shit when everybody, how do you think that a majority of, like, for example, eating out of master's hands, when they open up the West, when they open up the West to get all this free goddamn land, were those white folks eating out of master's hands? We don't look at it like that. When Walmart is able to turn over all their fucking employees to go and have to get Medicaid in order to be taken care of, we don't look at that as them eating out of master's hands. But when it comes to us, I'm supposed to stop and be like, I feel guilty because I'm eating out of master's hands. Fuck that. I'm gonna take what I can, and if I could take that motherfucker's hands, I will try that too. I mean, because as a people, we have to realize that everybody's been doing this shit. Everybody. What about even as fucked up as this sounds, what about the reservation lands that the Native Americans have? Has anybody made it look like they're eating out of master's hands? When they turned around and gave them back pieces of land that they murdered them for? But as black people, how about the Irish? Shit, how about some of the people coming over here right now? How about some of the Mexicans and Latins? What about the benefits they getting from them? Is anybody making them feel bad for eating out of master's hands? Nigga, listen. The only reason that master is because I'm here, goddammit. If you want to call him that, the only reason they're able to do that shit
you can't
is
be
because
a master if you don't enslave somebody. You can't be a master if you don't enslave someone. So the master did the crime first.
And then try to make me feel guilty because I'm saying, hey, I need this shit to be a little bit more. I need equity. I need equity. They gave us dirt floors, Shaka. They gave us slop. We went out and we worked for free. We worked for free and we built this whole shit up where everybody can come in for free. And right now the whole argument is, all this gender shit and all this border shit. You know what I'm saying? And all these are arguments to water down what it is that we did for this continent, for what we did for this country, for what it was. Because think about this. Do you know that they paid taxes on every last one of us? And the work that we did, the government collected taxes legally. And then they turned around and made it possible for these motherfuckers to reinvest by borrowing from a bank that the government put in place so that they and protect that bank, that they could go on and take another loan to go out and buy some more of my cousins. What they eat? Is Massa eating out of Massa's hands?
Right.
Why nobody made them feel bad? Come on now. You know what I'm saying? Because, dude, I've been thinking about this shit for a long time. Because for a long time I was like that. You know, this whole throwing up this pride shit, but not getting all the benefits of what these motherfuckers say every day in the Pledge of Allegiance. And my grandfather went and fought in World War II and still got red line. The fuck?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Is that fair to us? Is that fair to our children? Am I going to sit up here and struggle so that because I'm proud and let my children have to suffer because I'm proud? I'm prouder than everybody else. I'm prouder than the motherfuckers came over and killed all the Native Americans and established a government that protected their rights to go out and further oppress those Native Americans and steal food from them in the wintertime and then go on and expand on the territory and then come over from England and other places and get and put land patents on shit that they never even owned, declaring this you know what I'm saying? Nobody talk about them eating out of the hand of government. Then these motherfuckers discovered that they could grow tobacco. And when the government started funding them to grow tobacco and giving them a certain amount and they paying taxes on their shit and they figured out that they could work us until we die rather than dealing with motherfucking indentured service and they was getting protection by the government, nobody talked about eating out of hand of master. You know what I'm saying? I could go take you all the way back. And every time we stood up to try to get what was ours, they did some shit to us and we had to not just shuffle away because we were ashamed. Nah, because I'm proud. I'm not gonna take anything from the government. That's some bullshit. That's bad business. That's like saying, look, we're not going to allow, you don't need to pay, we're going to take 20% off your taxes. You don't have to, you just pay 10%. You don't have to pay the whole 30%. And we'd be like, no, I want to be like everybody else because I'm a proud American. No, motherfucker, knock that 20% off of my shit. Come on now. We can't, because this is the brainwashing, and all I'm saying is, listen, the do for self thing, when we had it, it was good, but we got to understand that shit was taken on and picked up by them and used against us as a weapon so that we would look away from the way that all of them are benefiting. How about when motherfuckers wait, hold on, because you went to house ownership. How about when motherfuckers take off the shit that they're paying for their house on their taxes? They eating out of master's hands. Should you feel ashamed that you got property and that you could take some shit off that other people can't take?
Right.
It's
go back to Quentin, like when the lights go out, like who's prepared to rebuild civilization? Like what kind of resources in the dark are the most valuable and the most curable? You know what I mean? Like what can we use to barter with? Because one rule that I've heard, and tell me where you stand with it, is that when the lights go out, if you don't have one of the 3 G's, then you don't have power. 3 G's is God, guns, or gold.
Well, you're gonna need guns regardless, because if you got the gun, if you got God and you got gold, but you ain't got no guns, guess what this nigga right here with a gun gonna do? I'm gonna come get God. I might crucify his ass again, and I'm gonna come get your gold. So you're gonna need all 3 of them, or and it ain't even. I'm sorry, Sister Kim, go ahead, go and do your thing, cause I love this shit. I love this shit.
No, I was just gonna say, I think that we just have to hunker down and survive the way we've been surviving. Like, what I see is a community that's flat, a community that's struggling, a community that really knows how to struggle and knows how to get through stuff. That's actually one thing we kind of know how to do. And I think in that situation, we hunker down, we struggle, and we survive. We don't thrive. We just survive it. And honestly, that's it. And I think that's one of the few things that we can, hold our head up. We do know how to survive.
And we made it such a piece that is a proud. We're proud of the fact that we're able to do that, and we put that above everything else, rather than to hold motherfuckers accountable that really hold it. And actually, I think that us doing this is kind of a protection mechanism, because we're scared of the bully. And I'm just saying right now, it's time for us to stop being scared of the bully, because it's us that gave the bully the fuel. It's us that taught the bully the game. It's us. It's because of us. And it's like it's almost by us not, because the way you put it, we got to stand up to the bully and be like, motherfucker, you gonna pay my rent. We got to bitch the bully. You understand what I'm saying?
That is true.
We got to bitch the bully. And I think a lot of us go into this self-help piece and blaming ourselves because we too scared to start pointing a finger at who the bad guy really is. And I'm too old for that shit now. I got kids that's coming up, and I don't want to.
They've done a job on us when it comes to that. They've done a job on us. Yeah, they really have. And we need to snap out of that
as swiftly as possible, because these motherfuckers, man, they got the game on lock, and I'm loving it. I'm looking at it like, ooh, our turn is coming. I might not be in this generation, but our time is coming, and I hope that I pray that our young people, when they get into the position that they need to get into, that they can operate with justice in mind. That's it. Because, we're due. And I know a lot of people might not feel that, but we're due. But shoot. I'm still trying to find this piece so that I can go on and post it up, but it's all right. I could download it. Boom, boom, boom. How do I? Actually,
we need a critical mass to come.
All right, let me copy this. Open with, get shareable link, locate. All right, I'm sorry, family. I'm just trying to, because I'm going to get a shareable link. I'm going to drop that link. Link sharing all. Private, not shared. I'm going to turn it on. So I have a link. I'm going to drop a link into our Uber conference for this article. Well, actually, I'm going to drop it on Gye-Nyame Journey. A shareable link that you could get, and you can look at the report that that was shared with us. It's a long report. So, and you know, it's hard for me to read off screen.
Yes.
But, you know, I'm like, yo, but I'm going to share it on my timeline. I'm also going to share it on Gye-Nyame Journey. So, no, I'm going to share it on the show timeline. Because I can't find it on Uber Conference. And I think I'm going to stick around after we get done talking and try to find it so that I can post it up on there. So that it's in the place that it needs to be. In the place to be. All right, family lines are 614-556-4535. You know, those that don't agree with me, don't come on now. Let me hear you. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear it. You know, like I said, I don't have the answers. You know, I have my opinions. That's all I got. You know, just like with Shaka and everybody else, we all have our own opinions. And sometimes we agree on stuff. Sometimes we don't. But that's what Gye-Nyame Journey is for. So I shared the link on on my timeline, and I'm also gonna share it on Gye-Nyame Journey as well. And also, I hope that I didn't. Okay, I need to go to this chat because I know I got other people probably commenting. So before we do anything else, we're gonna make sure that we get to the chat. And I'm sorry, family, but go ahead, Shaka. I don't know if you had anything. Oh, we got some. Kwame said at 13:37. That was 1:37. Damn. For those who say that Honorable Marcus Garvey didn't need government, I have to ask how they define government, and I would ask the same for those who speak of the nation under Elijah Muhammad. Somebody else just came in. Hold on, we got a bunch of stuff. It was being weaponized before Nixon. Martin Luther King Jr. gave a talk speaking on the land allotment, giving white people for personal farms and colleges and universities to teach them how to farm for free, while telling us to pull ourselves up. Ooh, good one. Somebody said social welfare takes the least amount of tax dollars. Corporate welfare eats up folks' tax dollar. That's from Gye-Nyame Journey. I'm assuming that Sister Navita is polying in that. But somebody else just joined us on the line, and that's, of course, Sister Navita, the lady that's having a birthday.
You got it. You got it.
Go ahead. What's going on, Navita?
No, I was just wanting to say, I remember some years back I was watching a video on YouTube about farm subsidies, and that whole hustle piece right there is like phenomenal. The tax dollars that they get for land that isn't even farmed, you know, and and I think like social welfare was 1% maybe of your tax dollars, and the corporate welfare was kind of like it was in double digits because it includes things like you said Enron. Bank bailouts, that's all corporate welfare. That's all a form of welfare. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. And I think sometimes as a people, we're so downtrodden sometimes that it just makes us feel good in some kind of way to be able to look down on somebody else because we're so used to being looked down on. And it's unfortunate we got to try to get out of that because when, like you said, when they look at the people who are on social welfare programs such as SNAP, Section 8, etc., when they look at those people, it you know, they makes them feel like they're somehow better.
Right.
But a lot of us, you know, even if you don't, this is how, first of all, the government, like you said, I feel like this when it comes to any money you can get from them, they never gave us reparations like they were supposed to, so that's owed to us anyway. So I don't care, get what you can get. That's how I feel about it. Also, I just think that sometimes I look at some people who took that government money and they doing better than I am. And guess what they get to do? They get to sit home and not deal with the stress I just had to do when I go in and have to deal with these white folks every day.
And I'm only a paycheck or two away from being out the door my damn self. So how am I going to look? Because you got your money from this white entity and I get mine from another white entity. How does that make me any better?
Ooh, sister, ooh. And then also, you know, Sister Navita, you know what they don't also count as in the sense, welfare, corporate welfare? What about all the goddamn tax breaks that these motherfuckers get to take because they're doing business locally and internationally? Like, for example, with the whole Amazon shit, do y'all not realize that they're basically building these motherfuckers a place far as government, your local government? They're building a place, and then they saying, listen, you don't have to pay taxes for 30 years. They're telling one of the top earning companies in the world, when they come to your city, if you come to our city, we will give you a tax abatement. Who pays for that shit? That's welfare. You don't see Amazon on their knees talking about meeting out of hand the massa. No. No. We got that shit fucked up. We got to break that shit, because what's going on now is that these motherfuckers, because Tone Talks describe it like this. He says they done took all of the shit. They done took all the shit that they could take, and what they're going to do now is they're going to leave us. They're going to leave us with this slavery. They're going to leave us with the cost of slavery. That's what they doing. When they leave you out and they leave our kids out, they're leaving us with the cost of slavery. Because in order for capitalism to be able to thrive, somebody has to be on the bottom, family. Somebody. Yeah. And they just happen to build. America got it better than everybody else because America has a population that they can identify and keep at the bottom. Because
and with this mass incarceration piece, man, they make a billion. I found out, I thought it was $1 million industry, but last night I found out it was $1 billion. Well, that was Friday, $1 billion industry. You know, because they're making furniture, they're doing telemarketing for companies, they're working for Amazon. You know, they're doing all of this stuff now. They can't afford to not incarcerate people, so you know who's going to go there.
What about the subsidies to even build the goddamn prison, Navita? These are private companies that are housing individuals for the government as part of a pittance that these individuals have to pay for a crime. Government should be building their own prisons, but no, they will contract out and give motherfuckers tax breaks for building prisons for them. You know, eating out of here in the massa. And you know, I don't see them corporations. I used to work for one of them motherfuckers, and they was making billions. Look at that shit. I say unfucking believable. So what they do is they'll funnel when they're working in the cities, working with kids, charging the government and the county for working with these goddamn kids. Come on, family. Come on now. See, and I think a lot of people are upset.
That's why I say their greatest weapon is deception.
Deception
is their greatest weapon. And we got to learn the art of deception, because a lot of times I think we as a people are so used to being blunt, honest, upfront about what we do that we have not mastered that deception piece, and we got to be able to use that deception piece like they use that deception piece.
And be able to recognize that shit. Right? Because now...
that's it.
Right now...
That's it, Hot Tim.
We're not recognizing it. You know what I'm saying? We're going... We're so mad about what happened to us historically that we don't see where we are, when we are, and why we are. This is why I keep saying that shit. We don't understand it. We don't understand it. Do we not understand that the very situation that we are in a sense, right now, it's different. It's a little different, but they were sitting on the fringes of our civilizations trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? The whole border conversation was going on in Kemet. It was going on in all of our civilizations, because about letting the outsiders in. This is not a new conversation. The shit that's going on is not new. And we got to understand that. We got to understand that you can't have a nation without borders. And Once you start letting motherfuckers come in, what that start to do is starts to water down the membership of your club called the Nation.
And it starts to compromise. Yeah, that's compromises. Just like, I'm not going to say any particular names, but I was helping somebody with a particular festival, and this particular festival was allotted some money for something, and there was a person who was not
of us,
a part of the village,
not
that
of
was
us,
allowed in.
Right.
And when this stuff started going south, the person who wasn't a part of the village called the entities to say they didn't do this, they didn't do that, so that we would have to send all the money back. And the entity said, who had the money, was like, we didn't even care what you did with the money like that. All you had to do was send us some pictures that showed us you was working with children. But now that this person has said this, you have to now send the money back because it puts us on the spot. And That's what I'm saying. You should have never had her. I complained about her in the beginning and along with some other brothers, Brother Renee, whatever, and y'all had to have her in what happened?
Who you say y'all? Hey, I came in late.
Not you. You wouldn't even know.
I told you,
the particular people who are ahead, the person who was the head figure of it insisted that this person be
in there.
On the board.
You know why? Because now let me, and not being insulting, but the person that was in charge of that is deeply rooted in an illusion and don't really know where we are and when we are. I don't give a fuck how many dashikis you got. I don't give a fuck, because you got to understand, we have a whole group of black folks that came through and honestly think that they made it on their own. They don't realize that they're standing on the bodies of their ancestors that came before them, and they had the audacity to turn around and be like, I did this shit all by myself. And because I did this shit all by myself and I had this wealth stacked up, you know what I'm saying? I could do what I want, and I'm just like everybody else. So we open up the gate so that everybody could get in, and now everybody is eating off our motherfucking plate because our people think that, oh, we made it on our own. Nigga, you made it because you stand on the body of ancestors, and they were forced politically to open up certain doors for you, and now those doors are slowly shutting, and because you caught up in illusion, you can't even see the goddamn door being shut.
Right.
I'm sitting around listening to elders in our community that own property that they bought for $18,000, fixed that shit up, and complain about the young black people that can't buy that shit from them for $200,000. I'm like, elder, you bought this shit for $18,000, you fixed it up, and now it's worth, you can sell this shit for $250,000, but you want to get the whole $200,000 out rather than being able to make a nice profit, having some money that you can work with, and passing it on to somebody that can afford it and at a reasonable cost. You want to extract all of the value out of the property. And this is the elders that we're fucking with in our community. And they are the ones that in a sense, are because I'm going to call it, doing treason and not even knowing it. How the fuck you got a piece, excuse my language, how you got a piece of property? I would just think about this, Navita. Just think about this. That you pay $18,000 for. You did all the work. You fixed it up. And you talk about you want to keep the community black, and you don't even look at the numbers, and you thinking that we've been coming through and that we've been balling and that we this other illusion, we got a spending power of $1 trillion, and you think that because black people come to you and say, listen, I can't buy it from you for $220,000. Can we do $150,000? No, that's not good business. What the fuck?
Wow.
So that goes back to the festival, because the festival that's being led is being led by one of those elders like that. I did this myself. I built it. And I think I should be able to attract. And if the Asians want to come in, they could do it. If the Mexicans want to come, they could do it. And they could come into our festival. Because we're all one people. Because in America, anybody can make it. Because you was chosen.
Well, what festival are you guys talking about?
Oh, we ain't gonna put out the festival, but
I can't put it. Yeah, I ain't gonna put it out there, but
no problem.
You know,
I said too much.
That was a shocker for me. That was my first time, And honestly, I think that was my last time. I think mainly my thing for future focus is a festival a year, maybe two. And I want to blow this Malcolm X Revolutionary Festival up.
Say it again.
We come back, 10 years from now, and this thing is a full-fledged, big, festival that people are coming from all over the place to see what we're going to do in honor of Malcolm X this year. So,
because family,
but yeah, that was kind of disappointing. But I wanted to also add, when you were talking about the young people, we started this book in ASCAC study group this week called From Preschool to the Penitentiary. We just started. I'm reading the introduction right now. Excuse me. And Brother Kwame was in the class, but I noticed the book, and this is the introduction, so I don't know where it's going to go from here, but in the introduction, the book, there was a ball dropped somewhere when it comes to our younger people today. And what that ball dropping consists of, we haven't gotten that far to, say what the writer is trying to say. And he could be talking about the effects of white supremacy and how they have caused this condition, or the people who came before and how they kind of didn't do what they needed to do to keep the youth piece where it should be. But when I say that to say, I know a lot of people were offended in class when they thought that the brother or the elder was saying that the generation before has dropped the ball when it comes to our youth. And I was just wondering, does anybody have what is their thought on that?
Shit.
Well, I'll tell you this. I've been thinking this for quite some time, and I've gotten over my feelings. But I used to harbor some real animosity toward baby boomers, because I'm 53. I'm kind of like not a baby boomer.
Yeah, you was
not
still
really Gen X. I'm
it was
kind of
mixed
like
up for you.
In between.
You in like a twilight zone.
And so, yeah. So I saw the baby boomers and all their F up. And for the longest, it took me quite some time that I didn't have real anger towards them, because I saw baby boomers as the first generation of Black Americans to have the opportunity to go to full education. Like they had schools that they could go through kindergarten through 12th grade. A lot of their parents didn't have that. They were in the South. They didn't have K to 12th grade schools as a aggregate, as a community. Baby boomers did. Baby boomers had union wage jobs that they went into. Baby boomers came from stable homes. Baby boomers had more than any generation of Africans and African Americans ever had. The baby boomers had that, and they got it and acted like it was no big deal. It was, we can just dance, we can just sing, we can just party,
we could do cocaine.
Can basically act like we white. And then they let that stuff go, and look at where we are now. So when it comes to baby boomers, I've just gotten to a point where I'm not angry at them. But for years, I was legit angry at them.
So what do you think? Because I know some of the people who were, I guess, baby boomers in the room, they were very offended by that he would even possibly suggest that the ball was dropped.
That's the arrogantness.
That's the
arrogantness. My anger is coming out. That's their arrogantness. They should be offended. They should be ashamed. Their parents came from being on farms. Most of them went up to school to the 3rd grade or maybe the 8th grade. And here y'all in cities, Chicago, New York, Detroit, Columbus, Cleveland, you going to these good high schools. At that time, the government put money into their high schools. You going to high schools, you getting a good education, you getting a factory job, a union job with benefits. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. You got. We will never get what those. We may never get what the baby boomers got. They should be completely ashamed.
And
so what did they do that was ball dropping? Can you give me? Can you pinpoint something that they did?
It's the divorce rate. Baby boomers had an increase in everything: divorce rate, drugs, alcoholism, teenage pregnancy. All those rates shot up with them. They all shot up. Before the baby
now, I find that interesting because I've heard them say that shot up with our generation.
No,
I mean, you were the same
we got
age.
that shit from them. These motherfuckers, listen.
We got it from them.
Yeah, and I hear them say the complete, that, look at y'all. They put, look at y'all. This is happening with y'all.
And
okay.
And see, because now, and if you think about it, the baby boomers are the major ones that's on that bootstrap shit. Because they honestly believe that they did that shit.
They are. They
honestly believe they did that shit. And a lot of them will be like, y'all not trying hard enough. You're not pushing the grind. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you should be where I'm at, not even realizing that they are in the golden spot for black folks.
They were.
The golden spot. If we was gonna take over historically, during that period between 1948 and 1964, after they came to maturity, was the time. Naveed, I want you to think about this, because you my age and Sister Kim is a little bit older than us, right? We all remember still being able to go to school and remember trades programs still being in the high school.
Thank you.
We still remember that. And that shit phased out right after we graduated. I want you to think about that shit. Now, I want you to think about that shit.
I was just telling my daughter that. So is that our fault?
No! It's
not our fault.
It's our parents' generation, because they thought that they had made it. They believed that they became Americans, and then all you got to do is work hard, and your dreams will come true. We lost contact with our ancestors, and we stopped really getting into the history. We started kicking it every Friday night, and the weekends became party time, and you know what I'm saying? We fell for all this universal shit, and before they knew it, they in retirement, and all of this shit. And think about all of the shit in the 60s. All of the shit in the 60s should have carried over politically, economically, socially into the 70s and the 80s, but instead the shit started dying off. And it wasn't because there wasn't no financing there. Come on now. We got baby boomers.
And they sit on top of that. I'm sorry. Baby boomers, they sit on top of all that. They sit on top of it. Because nobody had it like that for them, but them. Nobody had it like that but them. So you think they received a lot of assistance?
Oh shit, yeah. Navita.
Yeah.
Listen, you got to really look at this shit. The doors were blasted open because during that time America was doing well enough where shit, even if I was gonna keep you poor, there's enough money out here for you to make. It's enough for everybody.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? And they was doing it. So when you start counting a lot of the black millionaires that people are saying, I want you to look at how many of them are baby boomers. Yeah. Born between 46 and 64. You know what I'm saying? That's not, how can I put it? That's not by accident. That's not by accident.
Right? Do you think we'll get another Motown? Motown came to existence for a reason. I never see another Motown.
What did they do exactly? So, like I'm saying, with the,
Squander.
like we used to have a Carl Brown IGA or Singletary here in Columbus.
Who didn't support that? You weren't old enough to support that.
What did they do?
See, now this
that made it their fault that they're not here anymore. What did they do exactly?
Now, like for example, if you look at Carl Brown's IGA, now a lot of us had that money at that time, but we didn't support that. We didn't establish the political clout in order to stop those expressways from coming through our community, rather going around our community like they do with others. This is why when you're going through downtown, when you're going on the expressway, that shit is winding like a snake. It's winding through one territory and another, but then it cuts right through your shit. We didn't do that shit. Now also, we squandered a lot of the opportunities that we had, and on top of that, now they're sitting on wealth. You listen, and I want you to understand this, Navita, when I'm saying this. They are sitting, if any wealth that we have in our community right now is with mostly the boomer generation. Ain't nobody really in our generation got it like that. And then they'll look at us and be like, you're not doing what you need to do. You need to go to college. We're still being told the same old shit that worked for them, but it don't work for us. So what they done in a lot of ways, they took their eyes off the ball. You know what I'm saying? They took their eyes off the prize. That is the biggest conflict that we have.
So if it worked for them, why isn't it not working for us?
Because the opportunities that was there for them are no longer there for us. Think about it, Navita. Remember woodshop. Do you remember metalworking? Do you remember where a young person...
I remember, but I'm trying to bring it back.
Right, right, because you talk about it now, but that shit should be in the schools. They had 30 years. Think about this. From 1942 all the way up, we had individuals able to go to school and come out of high school with skills that they could go and get a job immediately. So now, rather than us bringing that wealth together and start moving, because think about when black folks start moving out of the community. Think about it when we start coming up with this concept of escaping. Is that not baby boomer talk?
It was baby boomers. They did that.
You know what I'm saying? So now they'll come, and then I want you to think about this. This is why I have a lot of problems with certain elders, right? Because a lot of elders... Now, we got some that made it all the way through, but we got a lot of elders that have been able to retire from good state jobs that they got or good federal jobs that they had, and now they could put on the dashiki and shit, and when we needed their ass to be at least putting some funds somewhere, they weren't doing that shit.
Right.
And I'm just saying, so when we say the baby boomers, they dropped the ball because they forgot that we was in a contest. We was in a race. So we started fucking around on the race. We started putting cocaine in our motherfucking nose. We started opening up useless ass motherfucking businesses. We started buying extra cars. We started doing a lot of shit, and we wasted a whole lot of wealth. But, you know, it ain't necessarily their fault. It's part of the programming because they believe that they made it. We made it.
I agree with you, Hatem. I just want to add something here. They gotta share some of this accountability because most of them grew up in homes that their parents owned. But those parents were sharecroppers. So basically, they grew up in a home that their parents were the first people in their whole lineage to buy and own a home. And then you going to be in that home like you got it like that? That does not make any sense. From slavery through all these successions of generations, they finally finished World War II, buy a home, have their job in this urban environment. The kids have that home, that stable environment. That's the first time they've had that in their whole lineage. And then you going to pretend like you just like everybody else. You're not like everybody else. They had no reason to keep their eyes on the ball. No reason. That didn't make any sense.
And of course.
So one of the elders said, "Well, what do you want? What should we do now?"
Now,
that was the question that was asked. What do you want from us? What are we supposed to do now?
Well, you ain't a baby boomer. You can't do shit. You gonna have to work with me. Why you talking? You born? You?
Well, that was a question. That was a question one of the elders in the room asked. Like, well, what do you want from us?
I want them for
what are we supposed to do now?
Now, what it is, they need to stop acting like the issues that we are suffering are issues that just popped up out of the blue, and it's like our kids' fault and our motherfucking fault, and they need to accept their responsibility, because each generation not only has a responsibility to build for the next generation, but to identify their mistakes, claim the mistakes, and make sure that they ingrain it in us so that we can say what other people say, never again. You see, because when you come to these study groups and you act like, well, we had it all together. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just fucking up. Hold on, you my grandparent. You was my mama's parent, and my mama was smoking crack. How the fuck you gonna sit up there and talk about we fucked up when we come from you?
Yep.
Accept your responsibility. And for some of those that are serious about it, do exactly what you do for those churches. Find a black organization that's doing some of the shit that you would like to see done, and put your life insurance policy, not only put them on your life insurance policy, because a lot of you motherfuckers is about to die. I hate to say it. You know what I'm saying? So now, at least serve the movement. Since you ain't served it your whole life, serve the struggle in that way. If you can't do it no other way. But don't sit up there and point the finger at our kids when we basically unleash them in a school that has perfected turning motherfuckers into zombies and slaves.
Right. That's why we picked this book. We had to vote on it. And then one of the reasons why I wanted this book to be read is so those issues can be addressed, and then maybe we can move forward in that, realizing that, the condition of our young folks and where the ball was dropped and where we need to pick it up and what we need to do. So I'm hoping that is the effect of this book, but just starting out reading the introduction, I could tell some people were immediately offended.
Gonna be offended and gonna be mad, and then because it's two types. It's gonna be one that was back there doing the damn thing, and they gave up all the comfort that a lot of those other motherfuckers have, and they have a right to feel it, because we got some elders in our community that basically gave up the comfort and shit. But we need to learn how to recognize those and pull them out and speak with them away from the fucking imposters, because there's no way. For example, motherfuckers love Malcolm X now, but how many of them loved him back when he was speaking?
Yeah, he was. I remember he was a troublemaker.
Exactly.
And all of that crazy, Muslim stuff.
Right. But now that he dead, and we 40, 50, 60 years removed, now all of a sudden I was with him. I understood what he said. We got to be able to identify those that didn't say, listen, we need to move as a people. And because you could tell, and a lot of times this is going to be crazy, you could tell those because they don't have no bread. And sometimes we look at them and we give them the wrath that need to be poured on those motherfuckers that's doing well, that came from that generation. Because you the motherfuckers that sold us out. You decided to do that. You know what I'm saying? The ones that you decided to go that way, and you didn't even give assistance to these motherfuckers that's sitting up here dying, broke. And all of them wasn't smoking crack. All of them wasn't doing heroin. Some of them motherfuckers was fighting for you and fighting for us because they recognized what was going down. So those are the ones in that generation that have the right to be offended. But they have to understand that we're not talking to you. If you was a freedom fighter, we're not talking to you. But if your ass was one of those motherfuckers that was wearing the cowboy hats and during when y'all remember, y'all old enough to remember when Dallas was hot and motherfuckers was able to go and get the expensive boots and put on the next media thing, or having the little spoons hanging around their nose and snorting the cocaine and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that was made popular, or was doing the disco dancing and spending all the money on the disco shit, or motherfuckers that got 35 45 and 50 years old and was able to go back and instead of investing in their children's future, go out and get the latest cars, them is the motherfuckers that we really need to call to the carpet. Because you're spending wealth that don't even belong to you. See, because a lot of these, and that's the issue, a lot of the ones that's out there that's telling us that we need to work hard and we need to get our own is not even realizing that the wealth that they have does not belong to them. That wealth that they were able to accumulate was accumulated on the bones and the flesh of their ancestors. And because they don't recognize that shit, they get arrogant and say that they did the shit when in fact you didn't. Motherfucker, you wouldn't be nowhere without affirmative action. And do you know how many motherfuckers who fought for affirmative action that weren't able to get it because they didn't get their records erased? Do we know how many motherfuckers spent time in solitary confinement fighting and shit like that? I mean, how many forgotten Panthers are out there? How many forgotten true freedom fighters that was actually marching with Martin Luther King that we forgot about, and they sacrificed everything so that we can still hold on to the little bit that we have, and a little bit of sense was being passed on, even though they wasn't being listened to. They have a right to be mad. But these motherfuckers, a lot of these motherfuckers, y'all wasted it. Y'all got in these positions, y'all thought y'all was equal, and y'all was equal in income, but you were not equal in wealth, and you didn't learn the difference between income and wealth, and you didn't start stacking up money for your kids because you felt that you were smart. See, because nobody could fool me. I already know that I was selected for college. I know that undeniably I was selected, not because of my individual talents, because I knew it was brothers sitting around me that was 3 times smarter than me that didn't have the opportunity that I had. But because I was doing certain things, I was able to be selected and at least get noticed so that I could go to college for absolutely free. Navita, do you know that some people that came up during the baby boomer generation were able to go to college for like $2,000 a year?
Oh yeah. I mean, college being damn near free for all the Pell Grants and stuff like that. But I imagine this then, if when the crack generation came in, which was a devastating thing to our community. But I look at the money that was at the time that was coming through our community as well. If somebody would have got in the ear of some of them people bringing that money, because I know people who was making thousands a week with crack first hit, thousands. If they would have intervened some kind of way, that we could have benefited as well as, and I'm not, I think the crack industry was horrible, but the money, the thing is, you could have gotten some of these people's ear and like, look, I know I ain't going to be able to stop you from doing what you're doing. You're going to do that. But let's take this money and make something positive out of that.
Now, I got a question for you, Navita. Crack generation, who was their parents?
Who was their parents?
Yes.
I was asking baby boomers.
Yeah, exactly. It was the baby boomers. And the only reason.
Yeah, we were so young then, so when the baby boomers, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because now what happens is, well, crack was y'all. Well, hold on, time out. We have to understand. There has always been an underworld in our community, and we be like, I challenge you on this, Navita. Let's go and add up all the crack money, and let's go and add up all of the money that was generated by baby boomers who kind of ignored crack and kind of ignored their people and got this money first idea rather than people first idea. Let's add it up and see if there's even a comparison. Because one multimillionaire falls short in a motherfucker or fatherfucker who been making thousands, if not tens and hundreds of $1,000s a year for 30 years. We already know that if we look at the average crack dealer and compare it to an average worker, we already know that they outpace. So even if we took all the dope money, that shit wouldn't have changed nothing. Because our issue, and this is gonna fuck some people up. Our issue has never really circled around money. Money have never really been the major issue for us. Now, we don't have enough of it, but because we made money the central issue, money in a sense became something that we started worshiping and thinking that money would solve all of our issues. But it's not. Mm-hmm. It's not. Because you give a fool money, and you know what a fool gonna do? We all have them in our life.
Foolishly.
and there's a proverb to say, if you want to kill a fool, give him a bag of money.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you say. I don't see the money that was made from selling drugs during that era of the 80s, going into the early 90s, that money just went up in smoke.
And it did, but I don't think it should. It shouldn't have. I don't think it should have.
But I know some people.
And I hate that when I look back on it.
I don't think that the money. I don't think
other way.
I don't think.
Because I know people who are in the game and they doing real good today. Because you know what they. And they doing real good today.
You said, but you saying the key word, they. See, we got to understand that part of the mind state that slipped in with baby boomers was that it's all about you. Baby boomers were the first individuals coming up out of our culture that were able to be about themselves because they was able to move away and pretend not to be us. That was the danger.
And that's why I'm saying if we would have
that's worse than crack.
Because I think some of these people was going to sell dope because they was making so much money. You could have talked to them about community, killing your community, and they was making so much money that they never had before that they weren't going to stop. But if we could have given some of them people and put them in a position mentally to do some of the right things with them, they were like some people, like I know, they are doing well today because of the money that they got started off in the dope game, and they don't even have to actually work a job anymore. I know several people who have done that. Imagine if we had somebody who was to guide us in the right way when they were making that money, because like she said, a lot of that money went and it just was blown off.
But let me say this to you, Sister Navita. The mind state that it takes to sell dope cannot exist with the mind state that it takes to save your people. So you would have actually fucked them up from their money making.
No, because you wouldn't approach it from that money making. I mean, you wouldn't approach it from.
Navita,
you could take a person who sold dope, because I know we all probably know a little bit about it, or some of us do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If somebody would came and say, yo, if you go take this right here and you do this with it right here, you can invest this and this right here, and it's going to be, and you will have something for you later on. No one ever came to some of the people in that mind, in that context, so the money just got blown. But then for some people did get in their ear like, yo, you could take this money, buy this shit right here, whoop, 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 and boom. I know some people there were people who did get that bug put in their ear, and they used that money to their advantage, and then when they don't have to even do that shit anymore. They don't have to even work a job. They got money working for them.
I'll be honest with you. I came from a drug dealing family.
Hey, don't be that honest.
My father sold drugs.
Sexual limitation is...
No, fuck that. They'll change that shit on us in a second.
Look, I don't have no... They all passed away.
Okay.
They all passed on. Okay, so these are baby boomers, so they all gone who was selling drugs. I came from a drug selling family, not in the urban areas. They sold to white people in the suburbs. And they wore that mask, living in homes in the suburbs, but they was all selling drugs. My father and all his cousins. And nothing came out of that.
That's my point.
They had homes,
that's my point.
They had this. Nothing came out of it. But I'm not talking about, and then maybe, open up a restaurant here or there. It'll stay around for a few years. Help a cousin who's doing good in school with college. Okay, they graduated. But, no, it's 2018. That money is gone. Somebody didn't. They would have been better off
because they didn't do the right thing with the money. That's my point. I know. Okay, I'm not gonna get into much.
Hello. Hey, Navita, y'all hold on because something happened.
I know some of them people who are doing real damn good today because they got started off with their money in the game, and if somebody got into their ear and said, and I'm not talking about just a restaurant, or even though a restaurant can be very successful and carry you on for generations, but that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who have residual income outside the drug game now, and they are doing well, and they're leaving stuff with their families, and I'm just saying, and I guess no one else sees the vision, that if there would have been more people like these people that I know, that instead of, like you said, that money's gone. That's the proof to my point. All that money came and it went. Imagine if we had all that money and we were able to do something with it more productive, and then, leave something for somebody, because it was a generation where a lot of money just went to the wayside because it didn't have any guidance from anybody.
Well, I mean, I can hear you, but I can't feel you. I'm just sorry because I saw too many people. I've seen it, and that lifestyle. You always have those exceptions, or what they say. Antonio would say unicorns. You always have those unicorns who get in the drug business. They take it and they make it go legit, and almost every drug dealer thinks they're going to be that person, and 9 times out of 10 they're not that person. So that 1%, yes, you always have exceptions, but the rule from my experience is destruction.
And it is because people don't know how to get in the game and get the fuck out. That's the thing. People don't know how to get in the game, do what they need to do, and get the hell out at that time.
But Navita,
too many people were spending off their money.
Right.
Because I was in the game too.
Navita,
they spending off that money.
Navita, you telling? You talking to? Stop.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about, and I'm not talking, she said, I rode around with keys in my car.
Oh, goddamn, okay? Navita.
So and I'm not talking about no corner dealers either. Anybody who know me from my 20s know I ran with the boys. Okay, so it wasn't even like that. I just see so many of them took so much money that went to, I'm talking about trash bags full of money from the top, bottom to the top. I'm talking about briefcase, popping them open, hundreds, bands, still in the bands type money. I ain't even bullshit. I put that on my grandson. And I look back at all that money
it went
that we wasted.
But it was made. See,
but if somebody would have got in there, and some of us did have people who got into their
right.
You know what I'm saying?
But once again,
and they listened and they was able to do. Because some people, like I said, I know some people who are doing super well, and I know they got their start in the game.
Now,
but I wish that we would have done. I'm saying I wish we just blew off. We had a generation there when that money was coming through, and we blew it off because we didn't have no guidance with it. Like you said, we didn't have any guidance from anybody with it, so we just blew the shit.
I'm just gonna say, Navita, that I believe that we kind of inflate the amount of money that they was really making.
I
don't think it was enough to fund the army. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because if we look back and we look at all the shit they was buying, and then we compare it to some of the billionaires and shit right now that we got today. I mean, even if we was to go on and extrapolate and get it down to the dollars that it was compared to today, with the value, would that amount of money be enough for us to be free and to actually be totally independent?
No.
All right, but
not as a whole. When I do believe they exaggerated the numbers, I definitely believe that. But I think I just wish there was some people, like, I look back on me. I'll just use me as the example. And all the money that went through my hands. And I remember once wanting to buy this crib over on Wilson. And my grandparents raised me. They were gone by then. I wasn't raised by my mother. And I needed somebody to help me, because I said, hey, I got this money. I'm thinking about purchasing this right here. You know what the elder told me?
Don't buy a house.
You too young for that kind of responsibility. Right. You don't need to be buying no houses, because I was only like 23. So, it scared me off from getting involved in anything like that. So what did I do with the money I had? I blew it. And I wish somebody would have stepped in on me. People seen me. They knew I had a little bit of money going on. And no one ever once stopped to say, hey, yo, you know what? You could really do something with that. That way you'll be straight a little bit later on. But what did I do? Bump it. I guess I'm just supposed to spend it. And that's just what I did. I just spent it.
Well,
nobody from the baby boomer generation came in and tried to help me manage that money at all. And not even, we're going to take even the drug money part off the table, because I had a good job as well. That's a whole different story. I was working for this, I made a lot of money. So I had lots of money go through my hands when I was younger, in my 20s. I made more money probably in my 20s than I make now. And the thing about it is, I was looking for somebody to help me, to tell me what to do with this, and no one gave me any guidance. So I blew it.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, what's up, Quasi? I was waiting for you to come in, man. You can't.
I've been on the phone for like 20 minutes.
I know.
Get it in, because I'm going to have to get off of here anyway, because I got my hair on, I got dye in my hair, and I've been talking to y'all. I'm probably bald-headed now. So
I just want to say something real quick. I just want to plant a seed of idea that I've been having. I know I'll be a little aggressive sometimes when I say things.
I ain't selling no crap, Quasi. But go ahead.
All right, well, never mind then. Shit. No. Now, check this out. I was saying something about, somebody said something, I think it was Sister Kim said something one time about money, and I said, well, what if we just said fuck money altogether? You know what I mean? So what if we started thinking like this? Okay, every year we set a goal of like reducing our dependency on money by 5%. Because we can never win if we're allowing money to be the standard of our economic welfare. Money is imposed on us. Money is not our idea, at least not greenbacks, at least not that shit with these dead-ass presidents on it. So what if every year we decided that we're going to reduce our dependency on money by 5 years, or by 5%? That means in 20 years, we will be 100% off of money. Because all we need is food, water, shelter. Right? That's all we need. Clothes. We need stuff. We don't need money. So it's very much feasible. It's at least thinkable to conceive the idea of not depending on money.
But I need a goddamn cell phone and some internet access. You just said food, clothing, shelter.
Yo, what about Brother Aaron was on the phone yesterday? He just came up with hella ideas.
That's true.
So maybe we use the money to start funding ideas. Maybe that's part of the idea.
Now, but hold on.
Let's not shut the idea down.
That's what he did right.
Is it
I ain't shutting it down.
That's the only question. Is it feasible?
Oh, hell yeah, it's feasible. Because once again, we expanded because you brought because the whole piece is because there was a post up on Gye-Nyame Journey about can we move towards revolution or something if we have different beliefs? And the beliefs have never been a problem for us because in our cultures, we have always allowed different people to have their own beliefs. But we have not been applying that. And what I like about Brother Aaron yesterday is that Aaron, in looking into the flat earth piece, he started experimenting with shit. And is able to come up here and say, look, I got this. So now what that requires is for us to do funding for like Cleve. We get one of these garages, Cleve and our young boys and girls that have that inclination to want to do science experiments and be like, look, this brother gave me these instructions. See if this shit works. Because you know what that's called, Quasi? That's called a fucking university. That's what it's for. And we start, like you said, we start doing those experiments and say, all right, cool. What else can be done with that? And we start letting our kids go on this shit. And then, like you said, start reducing now. But I'm going to say this. We do need something that we could trade with people's outside of our group. Because if if we just stay inside of our group, our circle of innovation may become very limited. So we are going to need a currency or something that we could trade with groups outside of us that do recognize. Our issue is that we have become slaves and worshipers of the dollar rather than users of the tool called money. We have become worshipers of that shit, which came up out that baby boomer generation and all this. Money will solve all our issues, and money is God and shit like this, and I pray to money and shit. All that shit comes up out of those generations behind us, rather than us really looking at it and being like, money is a fucking tool. It's a screw. It's like a screwdriver. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't need a screwdriver to live my life. I might be able to borrow a screwdriver from Quasi, right? As long as I get him the screwdriver back. But that screwdriver does not determine my quality of life. And what we have to do is not only take 5% of the money out of our circle, because within our circle we could possibly eliminate within 3 years maybe 50% of the exchange of money between us. But even then we're gonna have to come up with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you think about it on a very long scale, like a 500 or even a 200 year timeline potentially, because what money must do in order to thrive, it has to circulate.
Right.
Which that idea of thinking about all of this, these super billionaires taking all of this money from people, makes you have to wonder what they're planning for the economy. But at the same time, so with that same understanding, if we started to reduce our dependency on money, but at the same time we're still bringing it in and we're being innovative, if we were thinking, people who were thinking like that would have to be very innovative and industrious. So we would be making inventions, we would be making money, but then we would be making money in a sense to where we wouldn't need to spend it, so we could just be stockpiling money. And if people did that long enough with intention, you could sink an economy like that.
Oh shit!
You know what I mean?
Like it's about to be sick right now. Because you brought up the plan because money is the blood of a society, and when that money starts being stuck in certain positions in certain places, that means that the body is sick. So for us to be able to move into a billionaire and move into a trillionaire economy, what this means is that too few people are getting too much money, and what that does is that drowns or that chokes off certain aspects of the society, which means that a collapse is on its way. Period. You know what I'm saying? And we have to understand that. That gets to what Shaka was talking about when the lights go out. You know what I'm saying? And the only currency that's really gonna be of any value, because motherfuckers talking about gold and all that shit, but the only currency that's really gonna be valuable during those hard times is the currency of relationship. This is why we constantly talk about tribe, because because a motherfucker could run up on 10 of us with a gun, and he might get 2. You know what I'm saying? He might get 2. But if we a tribe, nobody could take shit from us in those emergency situations. And the same thing is if the shit don't collapse, if we're raising our kids and, like, for example, say, Cleve, all right, you 21 now, you old enough to run for city council. Well, I don't want to run. Shut up. The family needs you to run for, because you ain't been in no trouble. Quasi done smoked too much weed. Everybody know that I've been smoking a lot of weed. We got, boom, boom, boom. You gonna run for the city council, and your cousin is gonna run for the city council. He's gonna run for one area
that you speak of. I haven't heard of it.
Y'all know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But the point that I'm saying is, so either way, we're prepared because we got the relationships. So either we could take advantage of this motherfucker while it's running, and if the motherfucker shut down, we're able to take advantage of it. So we got to have a multi-pronged piece about it. And what Quasi is saying is, as far as pulling our dependency, like, for example, Quasi, what you're talking about is basically, if you look at what I'm telling people is that we need a staple in our community, and we need cultural stabilizing events in our community is to kind of pull us off of the money and start getting us to start finding ways to take control of some of our necessities, because this culture is able to maintain its power over us because it controls the consumption and the use of all the necessities that we have. Right now it's snowing in Columbus. Every last one of us got this heat on fire right now. You know what I'm saying? And we got to pay them for the gas. You know what I'm saying? And every month we got to pay the electric bill, but every culture has staples. And us as a people, we have not established a staple yet. What does a staple mean? A staple mean? A staple is something that people in the culture will only buy from the people in the culture. Where that it allows the culture to survive in case it's a necessity, it's not a want. So what is the staples that we can create within our community that we can exchange amongst ourselves and not even have to use money? You understand what I'm saying? Because you'll never see an Asian going to a black store to buy rice. Or
I agree. We don't have staples, and I'm just gonna say it. I think we don't have staples because we are the staple.
I was thinking the same thing. Our staple is our culture, our very essence.
So
how do you monetize that?
Well, we need something material that we can exchange for. I'm just saying. Because the piece is we got to see, because think about this. A culture is a body. A body depends on circulation. Now, a culture don't circulate physical blood, but there is some type of flow going on within that culture so that the body of the culture can grow and prosper. And what the staple allows is for it to be exchanged. So, for example, my wife eats these things called African yams. You know what I'm saying? Or we need shea butter because we over here and over here in North America we ash up like a motherfucker. So we can we get hydroponics or aeroponics going to where we are able to buy our greens or a certain type of green? What is a staple that we could use within our communities that people, if all the lights shut off and we had 1,000 pounds of this shit, we'll be able to make it till all the lights come back on? You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to think back. I totally understand what you're saying in terms of a staple. But have we ever had a staple as black people in America, black Americans?
No, because you got to understand, because America recognized staples and they tax that shit or they take total control of that shit. Check this out. This is why we have a Department of Alcohol, Drugs, and Guns. Because they regulate tobacco. Tobacco was a staple of the Native Americans until white folks got involved with it and figured out what they could do with it, and they started sending that shit over, and they made that because do you not know that Virginia was built up on tobacco? This one crop, they measured, it would be like, I wouldn't pay you. Think about this. I didn't pay you in pounds. Not the British pound. I paid you in pounds of tobacco. Nigga, I'll give you 50 pounds of tobacco for that shit. That was the medium of exchange, right? Because that was something that was unique to America and something unique to that group that they could take control of and they could take from the Indians. And what we got to understand is, as a black people, if you are dominated, you are not allowed to have any staples. Like, for example, let's think about India. Do y'all remember that the major march, y'all need to reflect, the major march that Gandhi did was a march to go and get salt from the sea because the British made it illegal for the Indians to make salt because salt was a staple. So they needed to tax that shit.
Yeah.
Just like it's illegal for us possibly to grow tobacco. That's why it's illegal for us to grow our own marijuana. And it's some crops. And it really is almost illegal for us to make large amounts of alcohol or alcohol containing substances. Because alcohol for many cultures have been a staple.
Even though Adrian Bronner didn't prove it last night, I think one of our staples is eating ass.
Is what?
I think we're pretty physically dominant people. One of our staples is beating people's ass. I think that we have the ability to physically put other less bone dense species or human people on the human spectrum. We can physically dominate them a lot of time. I think that the invention of the gun really fucked us up. Kind of took the whole order of nature out of whack. You know what I mean? So I don't think that necessarily has as much relevance as it used to when Shaka Zulu was doing his thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But check it out, Kwesi. Going using that to prove my point. What is the major 3-letter group that be fucking up our organizations?
The FBI.
Not the FBI, but also for a lot of the ones that was making dope money. DEA, what does that stand for? Drug Enforcement Agency. Then you had the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Don't they have a whole department for that shit? Yeah. Because they have to control that shit. See, because if we was to start really learning how to use guns in the way that we need to learn how to use that shit, they have to regulate that shit. They have to regulate that, guns, and tobacco. Those are staples. A gun, because with guns I could take shit from you. I could take shit from anybody. You know, nigga, go and kill me. I got 3 niggas that's coming behind me. With guns is a staple. So that's why they limit who can make guns, how you make guns, shit. They even monitor if you making bullets. We got to understand that you know a staple in a society when you could go to that government and you can see that these motherfuckers either overtax it or they control who can produce the shit. How many companies in America produce alcohol?
You know, it's funny that you say that about the producing of the bullets, because there was a piece on the Walking Dead some seasons ago. You know, we supposed to be in an apocalyptic state, but they found one dude who knew how to make bullets. And nobody liked this asshole. But guess what? He knew how to make bullets. So that made him the man.
Resting with Walking Dead, I rest my case. See, because cultures are built up on staples, and you expand from that staple to one. The staple help people get their needs satisfied, the basic needs for existence, and then after that, you can expand to getting the people's wants. As a people, when we were brought under subjugation, everything that we got was basically needs. Fuck the wants. And then on top of that, we lost control of our culture because there was no staple that we were allowed to even build on. This is why when you had little small towns looking like they was independent, they'll burn that shit down. Because that's, you know, they got a staple over there. They don't need to come here and buy shit from us. These motherfuckers got chickens producing their own eggs. These motherfuckers got. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just got to thinking about how the saying, like, you don't fail until you stop trying, basically, right. That idea.
Right.
And it's typically related to a person, like an individual. But what if we started to relate that to, like, a group of people, a nation? Or not necessarily, I guess we're not a nation exactly because we're not unified. We don't have a nation, the stabilizers of a nation or a culture. But as a people who were formerly a nation, or maybe nations,
we never stopped.
I'm thinking that,
we never stopped being a nation because we never gave up.
Well, we did in a sense kind of give up. I was thinking. Well, I think I do feel what you're saying, because not everybody, the spirit isn't completely dead. It's reduced dramatically. So I'm thinking, like, if we got that, what if they done gave us everything that they got, and this is it? This is like the last hurrah type shit. They know that if we stand back up, that they can't knock us back down.
Right. And the piece is, see, because we got to understand that we will say shit like, I am because we are because I am. You see, and that goes into us forming that's that culture piece where an individual was known. Because think about this. First names became prevalent as we start moving into the 19th century. 19th and 20th century, that's when the first name became prevalent, and it really became prevalent for us during the time of the baby boomers, where it's all about me as an individual. But we have to realize that as a people, we have always stressed the people first and the family first. So the last name was prevalent because it'd be like, boom, I don't want to know the nigga's first name. Who you dealing with, baby? What's his last name?
Oh, I know him. Yeah, don't mess with him, baby.
Don't mess. No. We don't know. No, baby, no. I know you in love, but you don't know. We don't mess with.
You can't get too much information from Tom. You know what I mean?
Right. But you would know a person's whole bloodline through their last name. So this whole individual shit is new to us. It's new to us, and it's necessary for us to be controlled. Because if you want to control a large group, you break that group cohesion and start coming up with this individual shit. So now, in this generation that we in, it's no longer about you being individual now. It's about you being able, as you brought up in our conversation yesterday, now not only do I have to deal with myself as an individual, I have to deal with myself individually as a sexual being. My sexuality has absolutely nothing to do with my nation. Whoa, hold the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. All right, stop it. We getting a little bit far now. See, because now this is the new argument, because they got to come up with new arguments every generation. And eventually, the argument that you got, Kwesi, when you say, man, I want to change species, they listen to you. They gonna pop that shit up on it, and after when Shasha grown and we done conquered the whole sexuality conversation, they're gonna be like, nah, nigga, you can legally change your species. Like, wow. But they ain't gonna fuck with that race. Shouts out to Illuminated on I can't remember the name of that, but Illuminated, I see you. Brother Kwame, look at Chubbtown in Georgia. What's your name and who's your people? That's the question we used to ask. Illuminated said, can you sort me out some crack, homie? I don't know, so we're going to look at the Illuminated and check him out. But he's on stream.me. So shouts out to those listening on stream.me. Those that are on YouTube, I don't know if we are connected because I haven't got any messages from YouTube. But please understand, you are welcome. The call-in lines are open. I heard somebody drop. We got room for up to 100 people. So 100 people get up online and argue if y'all want, or, we can sort it out. As long as you ain't getting too crazy, I won't block your ass, because I can block. I just choose not to. So, Sister Navita still online. Brother Kwesi still online. We are moving into an hour and 86 minutes. Oh, we the bomb, family. We the bomb. Using a snow day to do some nation building. Look at that shit. Wait till tomorrow. We're going to use Martin Luther King's Day to do some nation building. 2 hours and 9 minutes, family, for those that can't count and shit. So,
yo, it's the first day of Aquarius season.
Is it? It's your...
Yes, sir.
Oh, Aquarius.
Ain't today happy Deshaun's birthday?
Deshaun's birthday might be tomorrow. I think Deshaun is an Aquarius?
Yep.
Wow. I think Deshaun's birthday might be tomorrow.
I know you're on the cusp, whatever it is.
Well, if you're on the cusp, then it would have been yesterday.
You might not be exactly on the cusp, but I was looking it up. I didn't want to be wrong, but apparently it changes. It might be different next year. It might be the 21st next year. This year's the 20th. I don't know.
Well, I mean, because
I don't know. It's Aquarius. It's got to be difficult. We got to make everything.
Difficult.
We can't just let everything be simple.
Pisces has two real good friends, Aquarius and Virgos.
I'm from Zawadi Hook. She's an Aquarius. Her birthday's the 21st, I think.
Who? You said who?
Illumala's wife, Alma, from Zawadi Book.
Oh, yeah. I met her at the Kwanzaa. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
So she a what? Is she Aquarius?
She's an Aquarius.
Right. So,
My grandson is an Aquarius as well.
Oh, word? I'm partial for my Aquarius. Hey.
Yeah, his birthday is the 30th.
Tell him that yesterday we watched the first 3 or 4 episodes of season 3 of Young Justice and broke that shit down in our way. So I'm just.
Well, I would definitely let him know. He's out at his God Brothers for the weekend, but I'll definitely let him know.
Yeah. And tell him I ain't gonna say I got all season 3, but I got all the ones that they released. So, get with me and work it out if I need to. But yeah, family. So We are up. We're having a conversation. You said, I ain't never seen no show with somebody young because this is not a show. This is life. This is how I live my life. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking about doing a show tonight at a smoke spot. Since the young brothers done called me out and show. And I had to thank, Quasi, I had to thank Shaka today. Because Shaka saved the old brothers because I started conking out. Because Shaka get up later. Him and the son stay. They be up late as hell. So they go to bed. And, and he came in right on time, dog. Because my battery start going low. And you would ask me something. And I'd be like, well, the culture. The Shaka. I said, thank you. Thank you. God damn it. Thank you, Shaka. I appreciate you and your late. Your musician lateness, cause I can't. And then I start getting cold, and I said, man, we got to end this goddamn show. I ain't want to end the show, but I'm like, man, it's cold as fuck up in here. We need to end this damn. I love y'all, but we got to go.
Where was y'all at? Where were y'all at yesterday?
It was
Cigars. That was on Friday.
Right, the house. You owe me some push up. House of Cigars. The House of Cigars. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I might go to the hookah spot because I do still.
Shisha?
Yeah, I think I know I know who own it. You know what I'm saying? And actually, what's crazy is that I started taking you over there in your early 20s, and the dudes that's running it now in their early 20s. Wow, god damn! I've been hookahing a long time.
To a hookah, man, that was a whole experience. Like, man. It's incredible how much my life done changed, man. I posted one of my friends in Milwaukee from the League of Young Voters. Somebody I never would have knew if it wasn't for this very thing I'm talking about right now. Posted something on her wall. Shout out to Ebony Newsom. She posted something on her wall. If you have a fond memory of me or something like that, then just talk about it, and I'll respond with a fond memory I have of you. So I gave her a memory, and then I reposted it. This dude that I used to run with out west, when I was living out west, reminded me of some experience that we had, man. Where it was like my life has changed so much, man. Riding around in a rental, like not a rental that you get from budget either. A rental that you get on a budget. You see what I'm saying? Right. If you don't know, then you don't need to know. But and it later come to find out that it was stolen. It was a conversion van, a full-size conversion van. We driving down the street. We leave the damn gas station, getting some beer, and run out of gas. Sitting there with a 24-pack of beer. So I'm sitting there. It's me and my dude, and these two girls. I crack a beer because we sitting there. We was like, well, we about to try to figure out something. I don't know. I'm going to think over a beer. I'm telling you, as soon as I crack this beer, a cop pulls up. I look over, and the cop looks at me. I'm about to take a sip of the beer. He said something. I get out of the damn van, lean into the car window, and said something. He was like, pour the beer out. I'm going to drive around the corner. When I get back, you better be gone. I hop back in the van, and we looking around the van. For some reason, we just looking. There's a switch. It has a reserve tank. Hit the switch. The gas meter goes to full. Turn the van on and ride out. Yeah. If I would have did that shit today, I would have got my ass shot.
Right.
Hopping out of a damn car, leaning in a cop car.
Man, let me tell you something, family. It's shit has changed so much, and I think about because when I was at Ohio, I mean it has changed, and there was a certain mystery about us, far as being a magical people. I'm just because I mean I would run up into total white bars and beat up a motherfucker, and be able to come out unscathed and shit, jump in the car and just drive slowly away. You know what I'm saying? Chase cars down on campus because I heard the word nigga being used and beat motherfuckers up and just walk away. No problems. And I'm sitting up here like, we in a different time.
We in a way different time now.
Look, I'm just amazed that. And, because when I left Ohio State and I started hearing about brothers getting beat up on Ohio State, I was perplexed. I couldn't understand it. I don't understand. And it's just like, boom, It's because they're coming from a different generation with a different understanding. And really, a lot of our kids have been so sheltered and they think that we all the same. When we done confuse salary with wealth, it's crazy.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, man. Go on. It's your show, too.
It's just crazy how my life has afforded me the opportunity to really have to decide on my own, to really critically look at the situation. I mean, I was raised by my mom. My dad was always around he was not necessarily always around. He was in Germany. He was in the army when I was a kid. He used to write me, though, you know. And then I would see him sporadically. And then I ended up living with him probably in my teenage years. But, you know, I had a smaller, it's almost, thinking about it now, the fact that my dad was just kind of on the fringes of my life as a young person really made his impact that much more. It's like exacerbated his impact. So my mom is super Christian. Like, my mom is so Christian, and nothing else is even a reality. She don't listen to nothing but church music. She's just 100% Christian. That's it. But my dad is the complete opposite. Like, my dad is like, oh, fuck Jesus. Like, my dad ain't scared to go to hell. He don't have that fear at all. It's not in him. So me living right in the middle of that, I got to kind of think my own thoughts. And then I remember one day he put a Malcolm X on my, one of the few times I saw him one of the few memories I have of him as a kid, he came through and he put a Malcolm X, well, I guess it's a Malcolm X, I don't know what them, you know, the cross colors. He put the X hat on my head. And I didn't even have that hat for a couple of days. My mom threw that shit away. You know, that was like that was a whole blasphemy. It was against, I don't even want to, I can't begin.
I guess to a Malcolm being a Muslim and everything,
maybe. Say that again.
To maybe with Malcolm being Muslim and the whole black movement, we all are, either you're a Jew or you a Gentile. So she look at that stuff as probably maybe some kind of blasphemy against the word or something.
Or I'm thinking maybe even it might have even boiled down to she didn't want me to get in trouble. She might have wanted to protect me. That might have been her way of protecting me, knowing that going into life with that mentality is going to cause me friction in life. So she might have just been. I actually never really had an opportunity to flush that out with her. So, but
some shit don't need to be flushed out, brother.
That only fueled me. That only was like, well, me being the thinker that I am. Why would she do that? So then I started looking. I started asking questions. I started finding stuff, and then I started to realize that I think that I kind of, so philosophically, I think I'm more like my dad than I was like her. You know, her philosophy. So but just that I had that type of childhood that allowed me to have those thoughts, and I think a lot of people expect that. Even if dad ain't in the household, man, just his influence is so instrumental just because it's a whole another second way of thinking that is necessary because it's not healthy to just be locked into one way of thinking, you know? It's not, especially for us, because that one way of thinking they will have, especially if you're coming from a single mother, then it's more likely, even if the single mother isn't like really invested in religion, I mean, there's a higher probability that if she's a single mother, that she might be getting some type of government assistance or something, things like that, or the thought environment isn't going to be as rich just because it would seem to suggest that there's a certain script that's kind of playing out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if I explained.
I mean, it's a certain script that you need to follow in order for things to work, because we got to remember, even if you don't agree with the idea of the Willie Lynch letter and the making of a slave book, but the concept of women raising their sons to protect them and loving their sons and raising their daughters is basically a real phenomenon that we could see in our communities, because to raise a strong black male, raise a strong black male into a strong black man is a choice that a mom has to make, and we have to understand that oftentimes moms are choosing not to raise strong black men, but raise a black male, because I don't want to lose my child. Because to be a black male in a society where black humanity is challenged, is that as a black male, I had to put my life on the line. I discovered that shit in like 6th grade or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to challenge this shit. I can't be running around here talking about a motherfucking man and at the same token be scared of dying. See, we got to understand, because what separates a man from a male is that a man understands that death is inevitable. I might have said the word wrong, but you know what the fuck I mean. And a lot of you motherfuckers going through midlife crisis, let me save you a couple of grand, right? Realize that you're going to die. You know what I'm saying? And in many cases, being a black man, you may have the luxury of deciding when you go out.
Right. And there's so many ways of thinking. Like, that's like the gateway. That's the beginning. That's kind of the most boyish way you could think, is to be afraid of death. And then you could move to like a young man, if I may say, to where you maybe overcome the fear of death. But I'm moving into this place where I'm excited about thinking about death. Like, that's some exciting shit. Like, I'm curious. I'm also excited about the rest of my life. I don't think that I want to live it out as long as possible. But there's some shit after that, and that shit is fucking fascinating.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy. You know where you are right now? You are where I wrote. I don't know if you remember my poem about death. You remember that poem about death? What is it called?
I do. I don't remember how it goes, but I remember. Yeah, I remember it. My
love affair with death. You are at the age where I was able to pen some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, yo, I have a love affair with death, and she visits my bed nightly. You know what I'm saying? Because because going through the warrior phase and shit, and then just realizing and going back through all the shit that I had did, I started understanding that men have to have a special relationship with death. And I know for some of you weak back motherfuckers out there that this will be scary for you, right? And some of you mothers that want to protect your sons, this might be a little bit too much for you. But as men, we have a special relationship with death, where either we can bring that shit. Literally, as men, we are stewards of death. We don't understand that. You know, motherfuckers don't understand that your whole life and the whole lifestyle that you living is based on death. You know what I'm saying? All the way down to your fucking diet is based on death. And when you start really looking at that shit from a rites of passage, from an African man perspective, or a European or a West Asian man perspective, or an Asian man perspective, we understand that shit. You know what I'm saying? We all racing towards the finish line. And for some of us, the finish line comes sooner. And you know what the finish line is? Death. And I have to push and I have to fight through this motherfucker to either I kill you or you kill me. This is what people don't understand. It's not, for men, we could talk justice, we could talk balance, we could talk equality and all this shit. But when it comes down to it, either you gonna kill me or I'm gonna kill you. Unless you on my team. We tried, nigga, hold on. We rolling because there's other tribes out there trying to take your shit. And as a man, I have to be.
I'm going to kill you, or we going to die together.
Or we going to die together. Because the whole piece is this. Because once we start realizing we tried, because what kept tribes together, and see, this is what people don't understand, because I already gave y'all the commentary on bastards of the party. When you eliminate, when you take away the enemy, or you blind a motherfucker to who the enemy is, they start fighting each other. But when you allow that blind to be pulled off, and you can really see in the world who the enemy is, you click up. That's what a lot of people don't understand. We got to understand, dog, they don't call it race because it's a cute word. They call it race because it's that. And part of the race is not a foot race where we're running to the end. The race that we're doing is a race to see if we can get to the finish line and how many motherfuckers you might have to leave laying stinking and climbing over their ass to get to that finish line. White people have been very proficient at that shit. They set up the game. They try to set up the rules. But once we start playing, as Quasi said, we got this bones. We got so they had to keep us out the game as long as they could, because they know that even with a head start, that once we get the rules of the game and we truly understand the game and we accept death, they have no, because right now, because what they've been scaring motherfuckers with is the idea of death. But we don't want to deal with that shit. A lot of you motherfuckers scared to die. You scared to stand up for something that might take your life. Come on, family. That's not
and
being
like
a man.
dying on so many levels, like physical. Like for me, I felt growing up, I used to be scared of. At a point in time, I was scared of getting us to a fight. You know what I mean? I was scared of getting beat up. And then once I started to get in more fights as I got into high school and getting older. I got into more fights. So I wasn't that scared to get beat up because I got punched in the face and it wasn't that fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? It was something I could, it wasn't that fucking bad.
It wasn't that bad.
You might have a lump or a scar for a while. But see, then I started to realize, okay, I started to kind of be ashamed of the fact that at the point in time I was afraid of fighting. So that was my next kind of battle that I had to deal with. It's like, feeling like a whole ass nigga at a certain point in my life. When I would back down from fights, it's like, okay, but now I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't care what the motherfucker think about. Fight me now. You see what I'm saying? So none of that shit is like, there's levels to that shit. You know what I mean?
Right. And it's like, and not because as a warrior, when I came through, what would happen to me would be that there would be a different part of me that would take over during the fight. I never looked for a fight. I never liked getting into fights. And most of the fights in my life, and you could talk to motherfuckers that was around me, was about other motherfuckers rather than just myself. So a different part of me would take over, but all of the skills that I have been practicing my whole life will all pop up right at that time. So the whole piece was you don't have to look for it, but you know that as a man or as an individual that's moving towards manhood, you have to be prepared for it. And that's what a lot of us say. And then also being willing, because this is where a lot of motherfuckers got the edge on us. Being willing to die or to kill. I remember the first fight I got in with a motherfucker that was willing to die. And thank God he wasn't willing to kill. He had mastered the first step. But I remember it was in Channelwood in Akron. Channelwood, I got in a fight with a brother that everybody had been bullying. And he got fed up with that shit on the day that I decided, because I went to school with him. He got fed up on the day that I decided to join the group. And this motherfucker was willing to die. And he wasn't going to quit. And after the first one, because really, you got about 1.5 million in the real fight. After the first 1.5 million, and I seen that this motherfucker wasn't going to give up, I was praying for somebody to break that shit up. It's a whole different game when you playing against somebody that's like, shit, I'm willing to give it all to get this shit. Y'all not used to competing like that. And then the most dangerous motherfucker is the one that not only will give it all, but is willing. I'm willing to not only give my all, I'm willing to give your all and take your motherfucking life.
I seen that on display last night. I was watching that fight, that Bronner and Pacquiao fight. Rest in peace, Adrian Bronner. He got his ass beat. Sorry, but it was one of the undercard fights, man. It was a dude. He was getting his ass beat like through the first 6-7 rounds, man. And then maybe in the 6th or 7th round, I think dude was a righty. The dude that was winning was a southpaw. So they did a little. They came together and they bumped heads. It wasn't intentional, but there was a little headbutt and split dude. The dude that was losing split his head open, but his shit was gushing. It was uncomfortable to watch, man. I couldn't even hardly keep watching that shit. It was just pouring out of his fucking head. The ref's whole shirt was covered in blood. The other dude had blood dripping. The dude who we was fighting had blood all in his face and beard. It was disgusting. But that motherfucker kept fighting. It went the distance. Like 6 rounds of dude just gushing blood from his head. And the fight changed. If it wouldn't have been for the fact that he probably had blood in his eyes and if you could take away the blood somehow, but still keep the dynamic that the blood created, dude was going to turn that fight around because he saw this dude's heart. And I'm also sure he probably was kind of at least a little bit grossed out with the fact that he had all this blood on him. But the dynamic of the fight shifted once he seen this dude ain't backing down. Because I know a lot of people would have quit.
Oh, man.
Just because, like, I need to get some stitches or something.
Right,
but
right.
Like, nope, I'm fighting.
I'm fighting. You know what I'm saying? It's like all in. You know, and when we see that spirit, and when a lot of men see this spirit in some of the young people, they back off. Because it's sort of like we have allowed, because that's a true warrior spirit. We have allowed that spirit to come into our culture unguided. A young Shango, right? A young Shango, or a young Ogun, or a young Heru, without guidance, is very dangerous to everybody. Because these motherfuckers are willing to go to war and not only kill you, they will die before they quit. And that type of energy need to be guided by that father's spirit. That's why you always have these individuals. You have some type of father calming spirit with them so that they will not self-implode and destroy everybody around them, and that energy can be directed. And that's what's going on with our gangs. When we look at that shit, we have to really understand that these are motherfuckers that's willing to go the distance. Nigga, fuck it, I got a split head. Little Leroy is dead. I don't give a fuck. But we look at that shit and we be like, oh, appalling. Oh, they shouldn't. Listen, I've always looked in that shit and seen it for what it was. Right? That's warrior shit right there. That's warrior shit. That's not being guided by nation builders, because I want y'all to understand, family, they do a weed and seed. What does that mean? They come in, they take out all of the elders of the group, throw them motherfuckers in jail for life, and they seed it with the mind state that they want. So now you got the mindless killing going up in Chicago and other places right now, because you got a bunch of young motherfuckers without the leadership that they're responsible to. What else are they supposed to do? We are the ones playing games. They're not playing games. They look at this shit and they recognize what's going on. And we get mad at them because they have the audacity to look at reality and look, it's a cold ass reality out here. And they just turn their guns against each other. What we need to do is grab these motherfuckers, or at least grab some of these OGs, because some of these OGs sitting in prison, they picking up the game. And they done took them and they done put them in prison forever. And what we got to understand, we got to start raising our young men so that they could actually be leaders of this type of energy, or be involved in this type of energy, because that's the type of energy that white boys come up with. And they just guide it. Listen, that energy that you got to go to war, nigga, look at how to make an atomic ball. That energy you got, look how to make this, look how to make that. We need to guide this shit. But nah, we hands off with it. Oh, those are no. Do you not know that a motherfucker that's willing to kill somebody, a motherfucker that's willing to die for some shit, and if, you know what I'm saying, for their colors, these motherfuckers willing to die for their colors, which is basically a flag. They're willing to die for it. Why not take that flag from them, give it a different meaning, and be like, in order for you to serve this flag, nigga, I need you to be brilliant at breaking down some of these motherfucking theorems. No. That's too much thought on your part. I understand. Go ahead, because I know you want to say something. But wait, Sister Navita, you still on the line? You better drop something.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
All right, go ahead, Quasi, because I heard you breathe and shit.
Oh, no. I was, I thought Shaka was on. I thought you...
No, Shaka...
You called me Shaka, I think, then.
No, it was an accident. Shaka left a while ago, so I don't know. Maybe something was going on with his son. But go on, handle it, because I got to pee. I've been on this motherfucker 2 hours and 35 minutes. I'm old. Actually, I've been on here 213 minutes and 5 seconds. I got to pee. So go on, take the mic, man.
I was actually just texting somebody, because I was texting my cousin, because I was telling him, you know, I'm real leery about this. Well, since you didn't gave me the floor, I'm about to talk about what's been on my mind. I'm real leery about what's going on. I'm leery about this moment, as far as what's going on in the country, what's going on in the world, and what's upon us, even what's going on in the sky. as far as there being that eclipse tonight.
When you're leery, Quasi, can you give us something specific?
I'm sorry, I'm sitting up here trying to text this little text conversation and keep my thoughts going. So yeah, okay. So the fact that there's the blood moon tonight, I came aware of the whole tetra of blood moons and just events in the sky being signs or not. I don't know if you want to call it a sign or historical event tending to happen around things, anomalies that are happening in the sky. And there's an anomaly that's going to happen tonight. And it's happening while the government is shut down. And it's happening while all of these, and the government is shut down while the economy was tanking. The government shut down before the economy corrected itself. People get so caught up in this politics bullshit and don't understand that the most important thing that we need to be paying attention to as far as the progressors and drivers of society is the economy. Politics is only something that is being used to protect the money. The money is and everybody talks about money, but then when we get to talking about critical shit, we forget all about the economy. The economy is the thing that makes money even possible and relevant. So I'm looking at these things and I'm like really uneasy about what could potentially be next. So this brother I used to work with when I was working over at St. Vincent, what's his name? Brother Ali. He said something. He told me, he gave me a book list. He gave me a list of books to read, and I had I looked at one of them, and it was boring, but it was along the same line, though. It was two very similar topics. The book, it was talking, I can't remember what the other book was talking, what it was about, and it was mad boring. It was talking about, like, the growth and the transition of the Jewish people, the people currently, and when I say Jewish people, just to clarify for people that might think similar to I do, that's talking about the people that currently inhabit Israel. And I think that the land that's being called Israel, I think that there's some controversy and some, I'm not necessarily sold as far as a lot of stuff that's going on with that. So this other book, I can't remember what it's called, but it talks about the history of those people. So but it's boring. The way it's written is very boring and dry and just, it's very historical. These people did that, then they did this, and then this, and then that. It's just very historical events of movements of people, and it's real hard to follow. But the other book he told me to read was a lot more digestible and a lot more usable. It was called The Protocol. Let me see.
Protocol of the Elders of Zion.
The Protocol of the Elders of Zion. And what that book talks about is, I kind of compare it to the Willie Lynch letter in that on one level, because people say that the Willie Lynch letter was just a made up stuff.
Right.
That it wasn't really, that's not what's really happening. But then, I think that's kind of bizarre because it's obviously to some degree playing out. We're watching those type of things play out right in front of us. Just how you were saying as far as boys being raised to be docile. That's written right there in the Willie Lynch letter. And as far as protocol is concerned, it talks about how if you want to control the people, you might need to push music. Somebody please push music. I got on this earpiece. That was so loud.
Who? Somebody else just came in on the conversation. Who was that?
You got to be planning ahead when you on a radio show. You got to be planning ahead.
Backing up and shit. We love you, but welcome. God damn it. Who is this? Is this the FBI? CIA?
This Paco. I just pressed mute because y'all pressed mute. What's up, cousin? Yeah, that's what's up. That's my. Okay, cool. I got cousin on the line right on time. I was having a conversation with him about this very conversation earlier, and I'm gonna let him talk for himself, but he kind of didn't agree necessarily. We didn't necessarily see eye to eye on the theory, so I want to flush this out and see, and this is a perfect opportunity.
But hold on, Quasi. But it's also a perfect opportunity for something else. Bro, put it on mute for a second, because you breathing on the phone or something. Now, a perfect example of something else. As warriors, we don't have to agree. This is what I'm trying to get motherfuckers to understand. We don't have to agree. Me and Quincy don't agree on everything. Me and Chaka don't agree on everything. Me and everybody in my circle, we don't agree on everything. But when an enemy arises and try to take one of us out, we agree that we deserve to survive. I want to point that shit out because
that's my blood. This is my blood. That's my blood family. You know what I mean? That we ride for each other. You know what I mean? Regardless of whether we agree or not. Like, yo, you mess with him, you mess with me, and you mess with me to death. You know what I mean? So as far as that's concerned, you know that is, you know. Anyways, but so yeah, we were talking about. I was telling him about just my concerns as far as like a lot of things that's happening, and I was telling him about how. And people that know me know, like I remember people would say, somebody called me, what do you call it, the town crier. Somebody called me a town crier before, and I used to be on Facebook like, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I kind of backed off of that role. Like it was some years ago. And I think it didn't necessarily, at that point in time, I felt like it had a negative impact on my life, and it kind of changed my relationships or even changed my ability to get into the dating pool somewhat at that point in time, and I was kind of discouraged about it. But at this point, like, okay, I realized that it's weeding out people that I may or may not want to interact with, just like Cuz. He don't necessarily agree, but he's open to the conversation, and he's also open to if that is something that makes sense, and he's going to consider it. He's going to take it into consideration. So them is the type of people that I want to be around. You know, you don't have to agree with me. I want you thinking. You know what I mean? So what's going on right now is, I think for me, is very concerning. And I was talking about how it's a perfect storm. Everything is ripe for some type of false flag event, maybe even. And how the president has the opportunity. I'm thinking if this shutdown lasts, at some point a national emergency is going to be declared. I think it's almost inevitable. It's inevitable that it would have to happen if this drags on for so long. So that's a factor. The fact that the economy is struggling is a factor. We're in a shutdown, then people aren't necessarily having access to food because food stamps are in question, and so many other things. But one of the caveats that I forgot to mention to Cuz earlier from reading that book, The Protocol, and that kind of got brought up in this conversation and helped me remember that that's what I wanted to share, is the flow of money. That's the biggest thing. And one of the things I did mention to him is how rich people here in the past, like, I don't know, since 2009 especially, have been stealing from the general populace through like taking their retirement money through. I mean, I'm not an economist. I don't know.
Let me help you.
I don't know the play. You know what I mean?
Let me help you. Shaka, Quasi, let me help you. We have the dumbest group of rich white people in the history of the world. We have individuals that are robbing the retirement accounts of their employees of the middle class that protects them from the poor class. So they have allowed themselves to stack so much wealth that they are so far above the individuals that was protecting them from the people who are below the individuals that was protecting them. So now that everybody's the same, so now it's coming down to only having two classes. We have poor and we have extreme, not just rich, extremely rich. What white people in the past
let me have some pushback on that.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think there's, even if the middle class is dissolving and turning into poor, but there's still a third class though, because you got the uber rich, you got the billionaires,
right?
But then you got a growing class of just regular millionaires who are also gaining power. So they're becoming a bigger threat to the uber rich. So they're more worried about them now. They need to do things to consolidate their power from them.
Let me ask you a question. Are you more worried about the motherfuckers that will take you to court to sue you, or motherfuckers that will just come in and take your shit?
People that just come in and take my shit.
Okay.
Well,
so,
I don't know.
I
don't know the answer. I guess me personally, what am I more worried about? People that can come in and take my shit. Because if they come in and try to take my shit, then they're willing to take my life.
There you go. See, poor people don't have the mechanisms that the rich have. So we have the ultra rich. See, because you got to understand, the middle class was designed as a buffer between the poor and the rich. And the rich will get rich But they would make sure that this buffer class was able to make enough money and slide the poor just enough so that they will be able to survive. But what we have now is we had a super uber rich group that's coming along, and right up under them we have rich people that are millionaires that have lost any connection with the street. And as you well know, when you start losing connection with your poor, with your actual individuals that's out there on the battlefield, you become very, very susceptible to very small changes that you had no way of even understanding was happening. So this is why I'm saying we are dealing with a group of the dumbest West Asians in the history of West Asianism. These motherfuckers is dumb. You know what I'm saying? It's dumb. How the fuck can you let somebody become a motherfucking trillionaire when you live in a country where there's a certain large percentage of motherfuckers that are broke, and now everybody knows how much motherfucking money people got? I want you to understand this. It wasn't until our time that we really understood how much money Rockefeller made after they broke up Rockefeller Oil. We didn't know this shit until the 21st century. So this motherfucker could have been balling and his children, but we didn't know how much he had because we thought it was a possibility, or some of the white people thought that it was a possibility they could get that shit. But now what they have done is they have shown to not only to us as black people and brown and yellow and even white, you'll never be able to achieve this shit. So now the question is, what's going to stop me from coming to get your shit?
My bad, I'm doing laundry, so
Nigga, do your laundry. I understand. You know, I got enough material.
Listening. Keep talking. Let me listen for about a couple more minutes.
I got enough material, so we have to understand that when they start building wealth like this, they're letting you know that they are not even concerned about the shit collapsing because they honestly think that a global economy is going to be their escape mechanism. But they still got to get to the motherfucking airport, and they still got to pay the motherfuckers that's working for them as security. And more than likely, the security are not multimillionaires, because if they was multimillionaires, they probably wouldn't be doing security. So the motherfuckers that is working for them to secure them are probably making about 80 to 100,000 so that they keep them dependent. And when you are not able to pay them because the dollar flops and the only thing you got your money in is dollars, what is that going to do for you? How you going to get to the airport? You going to promise motherfucking shit? Come on now. And then on top of that, we got motherfuckers on the block preparing. See, the only thing we have to do, Quasi, is be able to get out there and talk to those young niggas that was like us. Because all we got, and you got some that are strictly savage, but usually in control of the most savage motherfucker. There is a motherfucker out there like us that we can sit down and we can actually talk to. As a matter of fact, some of those motherfuckers might have been sitting up in the hookah shop listening to us doing a motherfucking radio show. Because they so smart that they know that I can't show any wealth. So I got to ride around here in a broke-ass motherfucking car. I'm going to let Pookie and them ride around with the rims and shit, but Pookie and them better have my motherfucking money. Or this motherfucker that's a motherfucking beast next to me is going to be up at their doorstop. Got to understand, family, the shit works. And it's like you got man working, but at the same time, we got God and the universe working and our ancestors working and it's like a lot of times we miss it because we want to make the shit so complicated. You can't keep everybody broke and expect, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers coming for your plate. How the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then on top of that, let me say this. As a motherfucker that got over $100 billion that get caught for cheating don't deserve to have $100 billion. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? How is it that me...
That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
But hold on. How is it that I'm supposed to believe that this motherfucker is a motherfucking genius and a savior of the world, and I am juggling 3 women as a broke-ass motherfucker in the hood? How is that possible? How can I look at you and be like, hey, I respect your... Nigga, I don't respect... Matter of fact, I think I would do better in your position.
And that's the thing. And that's what's awesome. That's you hit it on the head. That's my ultimate concern. Is the how fragile these fucking white motherfuckers' mind is, man. They are fragile as fuck. And they know that we strong as fuck. And they know that me exists. And they know that you exist. And they know that we out here. And they know what the fuck they did with us with crack. And I'm motherfucking pissed. And I'm coming for his motherfucking neck. He know that shit. You see what I'm saying? He know that shit. So he's consolidating his power. And like one of the main caveats too from protocol was it says once the money starts becoming stagnant, that's what we were talking about earlier in this conversation, once the money starts becoming stagnant, then it's going to fall apart. Money is made to circulate. So if these people are if you have hundreds or even thousands of billionaires, multi-billionaires, that means a lot of money is just stagnant.
It's just stagnant.
So that is not in the best interest. That's not the way for that shit to continue. So that's saying to me, they know these things. They wouldn't be billionaires. They wouldn't be uber rich unless they understood economics.
Not only do they understand,
so they're consolidating their power.
There you go. And this is the piece. In consolidating your power, you start to you stop the flow of the income. And the income is the blood, but what starts to happen is that the body start getting weak because the body becomes sick because the blood is not circulating. Money is blood. Do you not understand that? Family, we got to understand we got to become symbol literate. When the money starts flowing, and just think about it in hood terms, right? What happens to the kingpin when a motherfucker frees all his accounts and he can't pay nobody? Is he a kingpin anymore? Or is he a victim of the next motherfucker that can make shit move? It's the same shit. We thinking that these motherfuckers operating on some higher plane shit when they just basically following the fucking laws of the jungle. And they just make it sound so complicated that you can't get into it, Pookie. But Pookie, wake your punk ass up. Pookie, get up. Understand. These motherfuckers are fucking themselves because you already know that your boys gotta eat. Because if you don't eat, they coming for your plate.
So the thing of it is they know these things and they want to continue to have power.
No, we got to understand.
They know that it's going to happen. They know that the way that they're going to maintain their power has changed.
No.
And it's in transition. Transition is the most dangerous time.
Oh, man.
Like working with kids teach you that more than anything. Like you got kids and you have them in different areas. Walking through the hallway is the biggest time where it's going to be fights, where it's going to be people acting crazy, people doing transitions are the most volatile times. So we're transitioning from one era of economic stability or of the economic movement being defined in a certain way. The definition is changing. So in that moment of time, it's a very perilous moment for them, but for us, it's a very right moment.
There you go. See, and that's what I want to make sure you got, because within difficulty comes the jewel. As a matter of fact, the last proverb that we had, see, I told y'all need to follow Gye-Nyame journey, because now what the young brothers allow us to do and what Carlin allow us to do is to pull this shit together. Hold on. The last proverb we had, Bruce Lee stated on day 56, we just covered this last week. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. You have to be, and usually the motherfuckers that's able to see opportunity are those that are hungry. See, y'all need to understand, they have complicated shit to a point where you think that you need a degree to understand this shit, but what the drug dealers showed us, if they ain't, because they ain't make that, they ain't make as much cash as we want to attribute to them. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. What the dope dealers showed us is that by understanding basic principles, you can beat these motherfuckers. And it's crazy that
Floyd Mayweather.
You know what I'm saying? Now, he's winning right now, but Floyd Mayweather is spending money like he has generational wealth. See, Floyd Mayweather,
that's the thing too.
Floyd Mayweather need to understand that he has income. He don't have generational wealth. So
as much as it may be.
As much as it may be. income comes to an end. Generational wealth could go on. Because I want you to understand, imagine having $100 million that's been earning interest over 50 years. And you trying to spend money with a motherfucker like that. It don't work. The math don't work.
Look, this is what we do. I think it's quite possible that Floyd Mayweather has quite possibly made more money in a shorter amount of time than any other human being ever lived. This motherfucker made $100 million in an hour.
No. I can give you somebody right now in history like now that did more than that. I give you
so he's in a very elite list.
He's on it. I agree with you on that.
He's in an elite company.
Right. Go ahead.
So he's he's not a great money. He's not great with money though. He's great with them hands.
He ain't great with money.
Great with that money.
He got to have a team that's great with that money. And what Europeans do, or West Asians do, they surround their motherfuckers that are good at making money with motherfuckers that's good at keeping money and building armies to protect those that are good at keeping money so that the thugs won't come in and take that shit from them. Because white folks basically use thug economics. If I can't beat you with my rules, I'm going to beat you with the thugs that I send to your motherfucking crib. Nigga, you beat them, I'll send the army. I send the National Guard. You beat them, nigga, I'll send the army. See, this is why America has... Motherfuckers don't even understand that it's not the technical skills of America that's been allowing them to dominate for the last 100 years. It's been the military might of America that allows them to bully motherfuckers into... And that's called thug shit. That's basically thug shit. It's not economics. Motherfucker, listen. We want that shit that you have under the dirt in your land. Okay, cool. Well, we will go to the nation of the United Nations, and we will protest and blah blah blah. And then all of a sudden you got a change of heart and motherfuckers is mining over there and shit. And that's some thug shit. We think that these motherfuckers actually handle shit civilized, and this is the trick that they play on you because they get your ass going to court on some civil shit when they coming at you like gangsters. Nigga, if I can't get you legally, I'm gonna just take your shit. Hold on, family.
You still on the line, Paco?
And I want you to understand, Godfather 3, I hate the movie, but I keep bringing this quote up. They say, economics is a gun, politics is knowing where to point the gun, and I added that. Where to point the gun and where to pull the trigger. God damn it. That's it. That's all it is. And when you look at it like that, shit. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, bro. You got something you want to share? Because y'all got me running my goddamn mouth. This ambrosia ain't helping either. Shit. But
yeah, I mean, I didn't want you to necessarily force you to feel like you had to say something. I just was wondering if you were still there.
Right, he's still here. I can tell you because I'm gonna give you access to it so that you can pull it up on your shit. And actually, you could use because the conference call for those that are interested. I have a show specifically for the conference calls called The Line, and I just figured out why people weren't able to use the line. And the line is if you have a show that you want Gye-Nyame Journey to promote, you call into the line. And you can make some statements, and it will record that shit. All you need to do is just label the conversation, let me know when the conversation happened, and I can download that shit and upload it so that the world can hear it. So if you got a group of motherfuckers that you want to meet with in private and nobody know who the fuck they are, I could download the show and I could upload that shit to Gye-Nyame Journey. The show is called The Line, and all you gotta do is be like, boom, I'm doing this for the line, and you can either speak your mind and just be like, Brother Hatem, I need you to check out the show and upload it. Because I don't want to upload no shit that's going to just fuck up everybody in our circle. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to upload some good shit, some good quality thinking stuff, family. We got to understand. And now Kwesi is bringing up the fact that a lot of the things that happen in history are preceded by a cosmic sign. And his biggest concern is the fact that a cosmic sign will be here tonight. He said it's a blood moon, and usually I'm up on this shit. But Quasi, do you want to fill the people in on a blood moon?
It's actually a super blood wolf moon.
What?
It's like, yeah, it's a lot of different things that come in.
Wait, did you say a super? You said a super blood wolf moon?
Yeah.
All right, I'm not doing those shows outside of my house. I'm staying home so that I can protect my interests here. God damn.
And I don't think that historically, I mean, it hasn't happened like as soon as you look up, oh shit, they going crazy. Nah, it's been in the time frame, because the real marker was what happened in 14 and 15, the tetra, the blood moons. The last time there was a tetra, the blood moon, within 2 or 3 years, the Palestinian takeover happened. And the time before that was in 1492. I don't think I need to tell y'all what happened in 1492.
Most niggas don't know what happened in 1492, my friend.
In 1492, Christopher Columbus pulled up on the shore in a spaceship like, hey, I'm about to start killing motherfuckers. Or whatever that bullshit story is. You know what I'm saying?
But go and tell them about this full, you said it's a blood wolf moon. Super.
So it's several things coming together to make this relatively rare celestial event occur. So the supermoon part means that that's not an infrequent thing. And an eclipse isn't a rare thing either. A lunar eclipse is when the moon, when the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. So if we weren't aware of why the moon glows because it's reflecting the light from the sun. But every now and then the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon, so the light can't reach it. So I've actually, it's all very, I don't know the science of all of it. It's several different.
Just explain it, bro. We don't need the science, because we will have somebody on Gye-Nyame Journey that know the science and possibly call in. So talk about what you know and fuck all the science. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Give us what you know. So what we having tonight is we got a new moon, but what is it? Is a lunar eclipse?
Yes, it's a lunar eclipse, so that means that the Earth is going to be between the sun and the moon. So it's a super moon because the moon is at its closest point. It's going to be, I think, is it for the month or I can't remember if it's the month or the year, but it's going to be the moon is going to be appearing the biggest that it's going to appear. This is the biggest possible moon that you will see at any point in the year. And for the moon to be a super moon and
is it going to be
full moon,
is it going to be full?
Is rare, but then it's a super moon, it's a full moon, and it's a blood moon. So these three things are all coming together, and it's just something that doesn't happen very often. So it's like when they, and it's I think I read somewhere else it's a blue moon. I don't even know what the hell that means. Like
blue moon is like blue moon is a rare event where two moons happen in a month. Two full moons happen in a month. So family, check this out. Getting past all of the scary shit. You need to get out tonight, and if it's not cloudy, you need to bathe yourself.
It's a clear sky.
You need to bathe yourself and see this shit. Because what he is pointing out is something that is rare. So we're having a full moon. And at the same time we're having a full moon, we're having a lunar eclipse where the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. And the moon is going to be blood red. Right? And then on top of that, you ain't break down this whole wolf moon shit.
Well, the wolf moon was just, I think the wolf moon, so it's a super blood wolf moon. I think the super part is, so the super is the blood.
The super is its closer.
I can't remember where it came from, but because the wolves would howl at the moon because it was maybe bigger. I think that might be. I don't remember exactly.
So it might. So we're gonna have canines.
I'm trying to read, talk, and listen at the same time.
Don't worry about it. So we're gonna have canines responding to the moon because it's gonna be bigger than it usually is because it's a super moon, and the super moon refers to the fact that it's closer to the Earth than it usually would be, so it would be magnified. And then on top of that, at the same time that you're looking at the moon, you know that the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, right? Which makes all this shit happening at the same time a rare event. And with rare events, after that, there's a change in something within people where we have certain shit start to happen. So family, as Gye-Nyame Journey, I need y'all to understand this shit. I want y'all to understand this shit. We have a rare, it ain't even cosmic. This is a local event for us because this is not cosmic. If we look universe-wide, this is which increases the amount of chance of some shit happening like this, right? So we have a rare, super rare event popping off. So if you smoking weed, take your high ass outside and look at the moon. If you're drinking liquor, take you and your group outside and look at it. When will this shit be available so that everybody can see it? I'm inviting all of my tribe to look upon this moon with me. I'm going to go out with me and some of my kids, whichever one, because they hard-headed. I'm going out to look at this shit. Let's all be up under the same moon looking up, and also have somebody looking around for security. You know what I'm saying? Because family, these type of events give us bonding time and give us time to have rituals and ceremonies around. We should be having a ceremony for this time. And I know a lot of you motherfuckers gonna be like, that's that Illuminati shit, brother Hatim. Nah, motherfucker. Who you think the Illuminati got it from? They got it from my people. So y'all gone with that shit. Those of you that's on my line with that shit, gone with that shit. Masons got their shit from me. The Illuminati got their shit from me. All these little secret societies got all their little shit and all the keys for where they are and what they're doing from me. I'm just saying, family, we need to go and start taking advantage of these events so that we can be like, yo, there's a unity here. The universe is talking to us. We have a super rare event popping up. And we have a young brother, right? We have a young brother who's been motivated to look this shit up and share it with us. And a lot of y'all might even just brush what he's saying off. Oh, they ain't got nothing. But what do you think? What do you think a Pharaoh would have did with the opportunity to see the biggest moon in the sky? If he was able to predict that shit. What do you think a Pharaoh would have did with that shit? What do you think an emperor in Mali or Songhai, you know what I'm saying, would have done with this shit? What do you think the leader of Zimbabwe did with this shit? He used it to solidify the belief in his wisdom because he was able to make a proclamation and have a ritual behind this shit. Come on, family.
So that also makes me think about some of the lies we've been told in history. So I heard a story about Christopher Columbus. Apparently, Christopher Columbus on his voyage when he landed on Hispaniola, he was aware that
an eclipse.
There was about to be some super moon, some shit going on.
No, it was an eclipse. It was an eclipse. It was an eclipse.
Say it again.
It was an eclipse.
An eclipse. That's what it was. It was an eclipse. So he moved in on the people and he told them that he demanded something. I don't know, food or something. I think they was running low on rations.
Right.
He said, I need y'all shit. And they said, nah, we only got enough shit for us. And he said, well, if you don't give me your shit, my God is stronger than your God, and my God will make the blood red. The moon is going to turn blood red. And you're going to see that shit tonight. So you got till tomorrow to give me my shit. So we left. Moon turned red. Came back. They was like, here you go. We ain't got smoke with your God. Okay, so now, this is supposedly happening. Hispaniola, if anybody don't know, that's the island that's currently Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So that's relatively close to like Central America, and Central America is where the Mayans was, and the Mayans made the most accurate calendar that is still more, can go back farther and in the future farther than any calendar than the Gregorian calendar. It's more accurate than the Gregorian calendar, the calendar that we currently use. How the fuck did Christopher Columbus come in and fool these people that was so close to, not that they weren't necessarily Mayans, but I would imagine being that close to Mayans, if they could make that type of technology, and they probably had boats and shit, at least that was strong enough, good enough to make it to the islands that was, relatively in the same,
right,
in the same area. So they probably at least made contact with these people.
Or
so that shit just don't add up to me.
No. What you got to add up? Now, what you got to think about is this: most cultures didn't need. Let me say this: until we start dealing with West Asian history, most cultures didn't need to go outside themselves to really dominate. West Asians took that shit to a whole nother level because of where they were. They were not able to, they couldn't support their own populations, let alone going out and becoming a national power. So when they got up on the game, they needed to be able to do it. So the Mayan calendar, the Mayan people were not an empire, necessarily an empire building people. So they didn't need to dominate other folks. And you look at a lot of African civilizations that knew this shit as well. They were not empire building or people that wanted to dominate other folks. But
I don't think that they necessarily had to dominate or be an empire to have made contact with those people. And even if I made contact with you, I was not going to force. See, because you got to understand, with empire building, it comes forcing my worldview on you. Now, if I'm living in a place and we're comfortable with what we're doing, nigga, I come down and do trade with you, but nigga, I'm not trying to watch the sky that goddamn close. I'm able to smoke this weed and have sex and go hunt for a couple of weeks and chill. Listen, okay. I'm not trying to fuck with civilization. See, because we got to understand that civilization, do you know that because of how we live, we work more than people in the past? I mean, do motherfuckers not understand that civilization is hard work? This shit we call this shit is hard work. I want you to think about this. Quay said, me and you was Indians, and we lived in some rural area in Africa 300 years ago, or even some of them places right now, right? Me and your job would be out to be going hunting. Me and you would sit around. We get high and be like, yo, is meat running low in your house? Yes, brother, meat is running low in my house. Well, let's go and smoke this shit. Woman, bring me some more palm wine, god damn it. And we drink the palm wine and be like, look, nigga, I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up too, but meat is needed. Okay, well, we gonna go hunt and we go out and we catch something big enough that it would last as meat for 3 months, and me and you would be able to kick it. This is the lifestyle that motherfuckers that didn't have to deal with civilization were living. We was just basically living to our fullest without all of the complications. Then civilization come in and got all these complications and shit. So I want you to imagine that. I'm able to trade with motherfuckers with complications, but I don't have to adapt their complications. Oh shit, that's what you want. We need 50 antelope horns. Okay, I have that shit for you next month. We're going to get 50 antelope horns. Quincy, we need some antelope horns. You got any? Oh yeah, don't even use them motherfuckers. For some reason, these motherfuckers down here want antelope. They value this shit. They don't give up. What? Oh shit, let's get it. Boom. You take it down there, leave it. They drop their shit off. We drop our shit off. We go get our shit. They get their shit. They gone. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way. With them horns.
Yeah, exactly. You ain't even give a fuck about what they did with the horns.
I never would have thought of that.
Huh?
I never would have thought of that. I like what you did with them horns.
Well, see, because the whole point that I'm saying is this. Civilization brought on a whole nother piece, or westernization brought on a whole nother level of work that human beings, listen, and you don't trust me, y'all don't trust me, look in history. The amount of time that we work and the amount of time we spend away from our family, no one in the history, European, African age, has ever spent this much motherfucking time away from their motherfucking children in order to support them.
Industrial revolution. Or at least not willingly.
Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Do your own research. This way we are living right now is so slick because motherfuckers don't even realize they slaves. It's beautiful. These motherfuckers done erected some shit. And then on top of that, now these motherfuckers are so bold with it. They like, I'm going to take all the money up out this motherfucker. And you stupid motherfuckers is not even going to know. And y'all not even going to rebel. So,
yeah.
And then I'm going to let my dumbest cousin become the president, the most powerful supposed man in the world. I'm going to let my dumbest cousin become the president of the country. Give me
That's a lot of work.
Oh. Go
Make
ahead.
him feel special.
He feels bad. The nigga is special.
I know a dude that worked, man. He got like 2-3 cars. He got some badass cars, man. He got like a fucking, like, one of them new ass Navigator trucks, Lincoln trucks. He got a couple nice cars, rims on them and shit. I don't know. He might do something extracurricular on the side, but I mean, he worked 2 jobs, like damn near full-time jobs, if I understand. And I think ultimately, that's why I'm not saying his name, because I don't know this man's life like that. But I know the conversations that this is a dude I used to work with, and I ran into him a few months ago. Well, a couple months ago, probably around Christmas. Well, about a month ago then. So, yeah, I ran into him. I was at Easton, and I ran into him, and I just was thinking, man, like, I know a lot of the conversations we talked about like women a lot, you know. I'm thinking, I don't know what his motivation could possibly be to want all of that stuff and to want to spend so much of his life buying, to make money to buy that stuff and to maintain that stuff.
Yes, you do.
Because when he started telling me the cars that he had, I was like, damn, you work here, bro. How could you even have that car? But then I seen him in it. Like, oh, okay, shit. I guess I think he might still live at home and all of that. And I'm not knocking. That's what, again, I'm choosing not to say a name. But it's like, you know, that shit doesn't sound like life to me. I don't make so much money at all, but
you know what it is, Quasi?
I get to be around people that I care about. So I get to I get to think a lot.
Quasi, you got to understand, you do know that mind state. You existed with that mind state. You ran from that motherfucking mind state. That's called a slavery mind state, where I will do everything. See, now, instead of chains around your arms, it's chains on your pocket. Because more than likely, I'm going to tell you like this. I'm guaranteeing that the motherfucker ain't pay cash for those cars, unless he's doing something illegal. He had good enough credit because
car notes for sure. He definitely paying on them.
This is what people tell you: get your credit straight. And I'm listening to people tell me this shit. You need to get your credit. Get your credit. See, because what credit is another chain that they put on you, and motherfuckers just don't even realize it. You got chains on you now. You don't even understand it.
I've never had a car payment.
Listen, and motherfuckers be mad at me because when I did, I was able to do that shit in 1 year. And you know my wife kind of mad at me now because I'm like, no, I'll take your old car. If you like car payments, by all means you get that shit. I will take your old car. I don't want to pay for shit. I don't even want to do a mortgage because I seen how these motherfuckers hustle. I understand the hustle. And I understand that if I pay for some shit, but yet I still have payments on it after I get done paying for it, it's not really mine. Did y'all hear me? If I have payments for some shit after I pay that shit off, it's not really mine. So when I buy property and a motherfucker turn around and tell me that I got a tax on my shit and I got to pay that shit every year, what that's telling me is that shit is not really mine, because they could raise the tax up to a point where I can't afford it and they could come in and take my shit. No fault of my own, other than I can't afford the amount of tax that they charging. Come on now.
But if we had 1,000 people there and we had a place, and we had, and we was like, nah, I'm not paying and I'm not leaving. They would, maybe if we was down to die for the shit, sure, they might kill us. But that's the ultimate currency is saying no.
No, the ultimate currency is being able to defend your no. No, saying no.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And this is why I have an issue with motherfuckers that come on my show talking about sovereignty. You can't have sovereignty if you can't defend that sovereignty. There is no sovereignty without the ability to defend what you claim is your sovereign right. Nigga, if you coming at me with fantasy and shit, there is no sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? And if you coming at me with depending on motherfuckers that stole shit from you to follow the rules, then it's not gonna work. Well, brother, I tell him you talking about motherfuckers. Oh, what shit? Politically, we still have access to the political process. I'm not telling motherfuckers to divorce themselves from the political process. I still have power in the political process. And when I recognize that there is no power in the political process, I and all the motherfuckers that's with me will recognize that shit. So then we will take action for that shit. Because that's taxation without representation, which means that we will throw this motherfucker over. Because there is enough of us to be like, well, damn, I'm paying taxes. I don't really have no representation. So why the fuck am I paying taxes? When motherfuckers tell me that me paying taxes has no effect on my status and what I'm able to claim, then that's when everybody else that's with me will be able to recognize that, well, damn, how Tim did this shit this way. And I'm willing to be the sacrifice for that. Because I know I got people that's going to look out for my daughters. I know I got people that's going to look out for my sons. And I know that my son will be old enough to rebel with y'all ass on that shit. Boom, they took his motherfucking life. If I have to be the martyr for that shit, because what I need to do is, if I'm going to martyr myself, and this is what a lot of people don't understand, if I'm going to martyr myself, I'm going to martyr myself for I have to pick my battles. If I'm going to martyr myself, I'm not going to martyr myself because you, possibly as a black woman, want to run your goddamn mouth. I want to make sure that it's bigger than just you and your struggle. I want to make sure that it's going to be able to cover everybody. So if I martyr myself, I'm martyring myself because of the influence that I have on something big enough that motherfuckers could be able to look that know me, that be like, hold on. That ain't making no sense for how Tim move. Hold on. Wait. Boom, boom, boom. I got to do some research. Wait. Wow. This motherfucker said on his last podcast, because he got 1,209 of these motherfuckers on his last podcast, that we are paying taxes without representation. And he got the documents to prove that shit. And all of a sudden now this nigga is in court and these motherfuckers is persecuting him and he just disappeared. If I'm gonna martyr myself, it's gonna be for some bigger shit than an individual motherfucker's rights. It's gonna be for so that the group can see that nothing we talking about is gonna work, because these motherfuckers that have set it in their mind state that the only way they're gonna respect what we doing is if they die. And I'm saying, hey, if that's the way you want to play it, I have the remedy for you. Because I'm training motherfuckers. And what's even crazier, I'm not training motherfuckers to kill people. I'm training motherfuckers how to study how to kill people. So the motherfucker that you would least expect to know how to kill a motherfucker, they will be able to do the research to be able to set up a motherfucking bomb and blow your motherfucking ass up. I'm just saying, keep fucking with me. You left me out here. You got me out here broke. So I ain't got nothing else to talk about but this shit. You don't recognize what my ancestors did. You don't want nobody else to recognize what my ancestors did. You telling us we all the same when I know I'm part of a non-immigrant class because I didn't choose to come to this motherfucker. And I understand that I was forced here. I'm not on that. Those that's calling in and those that's listening, I'm not on that. I'm not on that indigenous shit. You gone. Y'all got your own show for that. This is not that indigenous shit. This show right here is specifically for Africans that are descendants of slaves in America. The non-immigrant class that has a special suit that we are going to launch against the United States federal government because these motherfuckers have been benefiting from our pain and our suffering since their inception. And if you don't belong in that shit, and what I want to do as far as Gye-Nyame, Kwesi, because if something happened to me, I need you to hear this shit, right? But I hate to tell you, Kwesi, usually when I tell a young motherfucker that's younger than me, that I'm giving you this shit so that, you know what that means, right?
What's that?
So I'm going to take it back. I'll talk to you about that in private. Because I want you to think about my stories and when I told you about when I did that with younger people than me before.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just think about that shit.
I got the serious face on now.
Right.
I'm curious, so I guess it's official, man. We going to the hookah tonight because I gotta know. They call me Gotta Know Jones.
Well, you know if you think about like for example, when we listen to Revolutionary Minds. You remember the song Revolutionary Minds?
Who made it?
Jay Jones. You never met him, but you heard about him in Gye-Nyame.
Yeah, okay, I remember.
All right, cool.
Jamon?
Yeah, I want you to think about. Because the story I'm telling you now, and I'm taking all that shit back because everybody that's younger than me, that I be like, get prepared just in case I leave. Something that always happens. And motherfuckers need to understand that shit. These motherfuckers is not playing. They'll allow certain motherfuckers to get old, but they won't allow certain motherfuckers to get old. I'm just saying. So we still on, man. I'm gonna cut this shit off because we've been on for over 3 hours. My kids is hungry and mad and shit.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to Lollibella's and shit, so I'm...
What's Lollibella's?
I know some people's ears just perked up.
What's Lollibella's?
Did you just say what's Lollibella's?
Yeah.
Whoa. You just broke my heart.
I'm old, nigga. I'm 50.
Man. You ain't never been to Lollibella's?
No, what the fuck is it?
Happy or sad at the same time before. Yeah, I put sad face emoji. Look, Cam, look at Paco right in, like, hey, hold up, wait, y'all done went too far. I heard Lollibella's.
I feel left out. Now I'm like you. I need to know Jones and shit. I might need to find. I'm about to type this shit into Google and find this shit. Is this
the Ethiopian restaurant, and they got an all veggie plate for you. That's the bomb. Like,
where is this at?
I mean, you know, I eat meat, and I go in there and get that sometimes.
Where's this at?
Hamilton, and Maine, right in the same parking lot as that Donato's right there.
Hamilton and Maine. Okay. All right. They was named another place and shit. But I don't know what y'all do there because shit, even the young dude that ain't saying shit, kind of be like, oh, you don't know that shit? I feel bad. I feel like I've been missing
it's
some
the
shit.
Ethiopian spot. Yo, that's my favorite thing to eat. If I was about to get the chair, you know, they give you a last meal, I'm getting Lollibella's, man. That's my favorite fucking thing to eat, for real.
Oh.
You want to play PUBG? Do you want to play PUBG? Give me 10 minutes. The Saints game is on. You playing.
Was you about to go there now? Because he hung up. He wasn't fucking around.
Yeah, I'm expecting a text from him. Yeah, I'm about to go here. I got to get in the shower and everything. I've been being lazy today. I needed a lazy day. But
you said it's on Hamilton and what?
It's on Hamilton, just south of Maine. I told you he was about to text me. He just texted me. Oh, no. Lollibella's is addictive, man. It's addictive.
Do they got is it like a buffet?
Nah, it's not. Nah, it's not super, like, for the quality, that's why I feel like I would rather eat that shit than damn near. It's not too much.
So they better than, you remember Blue Now? Have I ever taken you to Blue Now?
Oh, yeah, it's better than Blue Now. Well, I can't say, I take that back. I went to Blue Now once, and I went with Devin one time, and it's very similar. They got the Injera.
Now, hold on, because this is what had me say. Do they have that salad with the beet shit in there? With beets and all that?
I don't know. I've never got it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I always get the same between two things. I cannot stop getting it's so much. They got a lot of stuff on the menu, and I done tried stuff that, like, other people done got stuff, and I tried, but I need my lamb.
All right. So we about to close it down, Gye-Nyame Journey. I want to thank everybody for taking the time to tune in, but I need to tell y'all to like and share. I should have did that shit in that first 10 minutes, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because I'm trying to build family. I'm not trying to build. We don't need followers. We need family. I don't need followers. We need family. I'm just letting y'all know about that shit, right? Because we coming into a time when we don't need followers. And my babies are probably, they're at 8, but you know. But anyway, family, I want to let you know you are a part of the congregation mighty. This is Gye-Nyame Journey Media. That's what I'm talking about, anime. Anime was on that shit this time. This is a Heart of a Simple production, and we have done the Daily Toast, and when we started a little bit after 12, it's almost 5 o'clock, and this is a Heart of a Simple production. Simba, what you doing? And this is what we strive to do. What, Gina?
Nope, you're all paradigm.
That's right. All right, y'all get out there and look at that moon tonight. Peace. I ain't said we was going anywhere, baby.
Well, you said what?
Nothing, baby. Don't worry about it.
No, not done.
Hey, y'all gotta get that up out the middle of the floor because you know how your mama is about that type of stuff. All right, Quincy, what's up?
It's not 7 o'clock, and she comes home after work, and it's not dark, and we still didn't go out to play in the snow yet. Yeah.
No, somebody else cleaned the snow. Yeah. Somebody else cleaned the snow. Yeah, somebody cleared the snow in front of our door.
Why?
Well, you's a hater. Y'all haters.
No, we're not. We love snow.
Here, Shasha. Gina already done drunk some. Here. Drink that. Y'all share that.
What is it? I'm burning.
What else was it gonna be?
Nasty chocolate chips. What's this? Mom, you better move before I jump on you. Daddy, watch out before we trip you with our magical power. You should read what's on our door outside.
I'm gonna go read what's on your door outside.
Okay.
Well, if I'm gonna read it, I don't need you all up on me. Cleveland and Bub.
Look.
You don't play with your butt like this. Hold up, go say my out. What the hell is that?
It's Mexico party.
That's frozen. Oh, okay. Hey, it's a cardboard box and some paper right here on this landing. Y'all need to get that up. There's going to be some problems. Living. Yeah. I'm about to step out. You need you to step up. You need to go on. Did you wash those dishes downstairs? Yeah. All right. I need shit together because if it's not, then I'm not going through with my plans. So, we'll have problems. What? What you need to show me?
And then it says no food allowed except that.
That is not a board.
Huh?
Come down here and get this cardboard box.
Yes, cardboard box, man. Ooh. Ooh. Daddy, this is a noodle box. How did that get up there? Oh, I'm allowed because the floor.
Oh, snap. All right.